Welcome to hell, motherfucker! Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Raw.
Hello, oh my god, hold on. Hello, sorry, hold on. Ow! Fuck.
Not.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
Not.
Hello.
Not.
The scuff is so bad. What happened? Wait, what? No, don't say scuff. What happened? What do you mean scuff?
Nut.
Yeah, I know, because I'm far away. Come on.
You hide it forever. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Nut.
Ow.
Nut.
What the fuck is going on? Oh, there we go. I am like struggling to pull out a shirt. Where the? Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Oh my god. Bro. Okay. Ah. Okay. Oh my god. Is that? Wait. What? Right hold. Okay. Holy fuck. Men.
Nut.
Coffee emoji. Hello. Wait. Fan made JoJo theme. How? Why was this part of it?
Nut.
Okay. All right. Guess I'm listening to this. What's up with our DMCA?
Nut.
I didn't finish eating my food. But it's okay. Hold on. Alright, hold on. Hello, chat. How are you doing today? My camera? My camera?
Today's stream is cancelled. Streams anyway. Index pointing at the viewer emoji. Workaholic.
Have you seen the other announcement? Oh, it's almost like I said never mind. I annoyed him to stream. No, you didn't. Actually, you kind of did. Oh, well, yeah, it was. Yeah, all right, fine. All right, shut up. All right, 60 frames. All right, so I think this should be good. One. Okay, sorry, I didn't catch up to the bits and everything. Volkir, thank you for the prime. Well, no, I can't play this. What is this? Oh my god, it's Jelly's playlist. Why the fuck am I in here still? Get me out. No wonder. Jesus. No, it's still playing his playlist. Stop. That's like DMCA.
Circuit is calling me.
No.
Can we
Clear the queue. I got it.
Hi, baby girl. I'm on stream.
What the fuck do you mean you don't like cheese? Are you stupid? Oh my god, it's not working.
Let's go gambling.
Dude, there is so much going on.
Dang it. Oh, dang it.
Free emoji rah.
There we go. Okay, hello. You saw nothing. Actually, no, wait. The addresses are blocked. Doesn't matter. Okay, hello. Are we good? Yes,
Hey,
I'm
man,
wearing a
you wanna
normal
play
shirt.
some ping
Shut
pong?
up.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, that's a lot of gifted stuff. I need to catch
know
up.
you guys are fucking, but can you hold my hand? I'm shy.
No, I did not move yet. This is the bedroom.
Tosses funny moo moo ghost man into tornado. Free roller coaster ride. Wee e e e e e e e e e e e.
Oh, because this is an emote. Okay. Jared, thank you for the 100 bits. Butterfly, thank you for the gifted. Kitty, thank you for the 3 months. Volkir, thank you for the prime. Quam, thank you for the 100 bits. Jared, thank you for the additional 100 bits. Schlep, thank you for the 4 months. And Quam, thank you for the 7 months. Why did I show Quam twice? No, I think I just tripped in balls. Wait. Oh, the Quam was yeah. Okay, I'm tripping balls. Hello. How are you guys doing today? I'm wearing a normal shirt because I just came back from the gym and I cannot be wearing the onesie because, as you guys can tell by the stream title, if you guys are...
I know you guys are fucking, but can you hold my hand? I'm
All right,
shy.
give it a bit.
Damn you, Circuit. Because of you I got an intrusive thought today and had a 1/4 teaspoon of olive oil.
Look, man, it's good for calories, and it's good if you need to take a shit. I'm not kidding. It's like an Italian thing. Impulsive thought. No, oh yeah. There you go. All right, hold on. /mod memo /mod made there. All right, we got 2 new mods. Let's fucking go. All right, so okay. Hello everybody. Hope you had a good day. Today is Wednesday. No, it isn't. It's Monday. It's Monday. Fuck's sakes. Hello, Mr. Ghost Gym Streamer. Hello, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. Your arms looking good, bro. My arms are fucking toasted. I can't move them. Like I can't. Disc. Okay, Chris. Okay. Anyways, so sorry that I'm late. Sorry I didn't even finish eating my food. I will finish it a little bit later because I'm a little bit full. But hey, at least I finished my protein shake and 1 chicken breast. So I need to eat the other chicken breast. So by the way, before we continue, as you guys know, I have been getting a lot of returns. A lot of returns of merchandise. I just got 2 people from Germany, I think. Or I think 1 from France. Nevertheless, if you guys feel like you didn't get your package, I need you to do 2 things. 1, check your emails to see if I emailed you. And number 2, complain to the post office. I'm not joking. I got so much emails saying, hey, I didn't get mine. Can you give me a refund? No. I cannot give you a fucking refund because I didn't get because my shit's gone. So, you guys didn't have a tracking number? Tell them to go suck a dick. They swore at you because you didn't have a tracking number. Go fuck yourself. Hey, how about you do your job, huh? Ever thought about that? I don't have a tracking number. Well, cool. I don't have my fucking package either. So whose fault is it now? Pussy? Go find it. Sorry, I'm like really angry at the post office, man. Oh my god, I hate the fucking post office. Dude, this postage shit is like the worst. It's a big nightmare for me right now. Everybody is struggle busting hard. I you $5 of whatever. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm calm. I'm not toxic today. No toxicity. No toxicity. About which delivery we talking? Still the ones from the subathon? Yes, and before. Some before. No, wait, no, there was none before. Yeah, the subathons and just check. Just check. Okay, so what are we doing today? We're gonna be opening some circuit. I didn't get my merch. Oh, shut up, Sova. Oh my god, so annoying. The good thing you streamed the packaging, or else people will say there was never any merch to begin with. Bro, I would get so angry if people thought that. I will get so angry. Anywho, so let me start recording. Tell you guys to shut up. I'm telling Sova to shut up because Sova deserves it. Anyways, recording, YouTube or whatever. All right, I got some. Fusha, camera's on. Just saying. Okay, I was like blocking him like with my head. Okay, Fusha's here. Cool. All right. How you doing, honey? What, bro? Shoes are dirty. What are you doing, dude? Shoes, dude. Bro, take the fucking shoes off. Oh my god. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, I'm actually angry. Holy shit. You could do that if you want, but not with the shoes, man. I'm good. Well, until now. Fuck you too, bro. What are you doing? He's dirty. Bro, show the bot. Give me the shoe. Give me the shoe. Give me the shoe. I said, give me the shoe. Give me the shoe. No, don't fucking... Give me the shoe. Give me the shoe. Don't do it on camera. Footboy is here. You just know I'm right. Anyways. Be nice to him. It's his first time. With what? Squatting on the show? Well, I guess that's true. Anyways. I ruined the joke, chat. Oh my god. I hate this man. I want some what? What is that? Want some smoke? Is that what you said? What is that? Candy sticks. It's a cigarette? Yeah, man. Papa. Oh, can't say that word actually. Oh my god. What dude? Looks like... Bro, it looks like a roll... It looks like weed, man. It looks like fucking spliff. What is this? Look how it looks. Oh my god, stop focusing. There you go. Look at that. What the hell? It's just sugar? Yeah, it's okay. It's seriously. Fuchsia loves sweets.
Want some smoke?
Okay, you should squat now. With that outfit, and you're wearing Adidas. Yeah, okay, he's fit. He fits the bill. All right, there you go, Chad. Oh my.
No.
Oh my god, that looks so fucking bad, dude.
No.
It looks so stereotypical.
No. No.
Hell yeah, Gopnik. This is some next
No.
fucking Gopnik shit right here. What is that?
No. No.
What did you say?
No. No.
Suka?
No.
He said suka. They said vodka for a second. I'm like, I guess that's a word to use. Get
No.
Fush out of the camera. He's feeling a little, I don't know. He's feeling a little pizdets at the moment.
No.
Why are people nutting? I don't know. People are nutting towards you now.
No.
You guys have no idea how unhinged this
No.
motherfucker is. I just told Major about
No.
this. You guys know what he has in his phone? He has pictures of him in the middle of a forest.
No. No.
And I'm telling you, it's the middle of a forest. This is young Fuchsia.
No. No.
In the middle of a forest, it's pitch black. And you're dating, so what does that make you? A victim, that's what. And in the forest, it's like, you guys know how when you you guys know how like when you take a flash picture in the middle of the night and it looks like the most like weird shit ever? That's the picture he has. And then on top of that, the picture is him all fours. Like all fours, like with motion blur tashing towards the fucking camera. I sat there, I'm like, dude, this looks like a horror movie. What is that? Yeah, he's actually sneak snorping. And like he's making like the most like filthy frank face I've ever seen in my entire life. Like I can't even make it because you can't see the whole face. It's so fucking weird. And I just like, are his eyes glowy too? Yes! Because there was flash on. So it was, yeah. Cryptid Fuchsia, I feel like it's got to be worse than the word cryptid. There's got to be something worse than that. I have the camera struggling to focus right now. Here, I'll just press this. There, focus on Fuchsia. There you go. Yeah. You should delete the photo from his phone. It's not one. It's multiple. And then there was like this one photo. He had a stomachache, so he collapsed on the floor. And his asshole brother, instead of helping him, took his phone and just started taking pictures of him. And he's collapsed in the middle of the sidewalk, like completely fucked up, in pain. And instead of helping him, he's like, dickhead brother. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with your brother, man? Yeah. You dropped your smoke. Can you take the whole pack? Oh god. Look, some siblings have that energy. Not mine. I'll say that. Not mine. Bro, what am I looking at? Dude. The way he just whipped. Спасибо. I can taste the sugar through the mask. What the fuck? That's the. He's got a pack of Marlboros. Fucking like squatting, like one cigarette on one hand, a bottle of vodka on the other. Like the bottle, not even like a cup, like just a whole bottle. God, please don't drink. You're gonna end up like this, and this is not a good. That's not a good thing. His dirty socks are getting the cabinet dirty. The socks are fine as long as it's not the shoes from outside. He's grasping the chat. He's grabbing you with his feet. Also, don't do that. Icarus might like that.
No.
Also, Druth said, what specs? Okay, Druth. So I have a main PC like computer. This is not like a gaming computer. It's a streaming computer. It doesn't really have good things in it. But I have to remove the motherboard. And if you guys don't know, what happened to my screen?
No.
What just happened? The screen just... Okay, it's back. What the fuck?
Not.
Bro, everything's breaking for me. What is happening?
Not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so... Your computer heard you talking shit. It's not even the right computer.
Not.
Oh my god.
Not.
Anywho,
Not.
It's been 5 months. Time flies when we are having fun.
Not.
Thank you for the 5 months, Devin. Disco Devin. But yeah, so
No.
Drew, I have 2 computers. Now the problem
No.
is that the computers all
Yo, did my package finally show up, or do I need to DM you about it after stream?
I don't know. I didn't even open it yet. I don't even know who it's from.
Not.
Cheese.
If you have the gift from me, crossed fingers emoji, I have work in 30 minutes. If I miss it, I hope you like it.
Okay, we'll start opening now then. How about that? Are you free to do Misha, by the way? Oh, hi, Misha! We love Misha. Oh, it's okay. Oh, it's okay. Well, welcome back, Misha.
Not.
We'll start opening the packages. Yeah, I don't know who it's from. I didn't even look at the names because it's all blocked
No.
off and shit. But yeah, we got some 3 packages. We're gonna open it on stream, and then we're gonna do the computer building. But yes, Druth, to answer your question, the computer is a streaming computer, so basically it's just there to stream. So my gaming computer gets alleviated with like a capture card because the old motherboard didn't have another spot for the capture card. Do not dox. I will not dox. I promise I will not dox. All right, let's do the first package. You wanna do it too? With that? Yeah. All right. So the first package, let me just remove all this personal information. Ew. Hold on. What the fuck is all this, bro? Yeah, what's up?
Turn off the mic.
Turn off the mic? Hello, welcome to the stream. Ratchet. What the fuck? Monitor turned off again. Is this monitor dying? What's going on? Oh my god, it's like part of the packaging. It's wrapped up, and like I can't show the wrapping because it looks really nice, but I literally cannot show it. So if you guys, so whoever did like a blue wrapping on it with like a, it's like a,
Not.
like a little monsters on it. That's whose it is. What happened to the monitor?
Not.
Okay, I think it's the computer. Like, check the connection. Hold on.
Cover the label with your hand.
That's a good idea.
Not.
Oh. Oh yeah, it's doing something. Yeah, it's bad right there. Is my other monitor just died? What the fuck is going on? Okay, you know what? What is happening? Today is some fucking
Not.
crazy. We love this
Not.
day. I can't see Chad. Hold on.
Not.
Okay.
Not. Not.
Okay, I think we're good. Holy shit. All right.
Not.
All right. So, okay. All right. So, yeah, you know what? You're right.
Not.
Here, I'll just cover up.
Not.
It's a large label though.
Not.
Holy shit. Hold on. There. This is the dude. The whole label is covered. Like it's all of this. I'm not even. That's how big the label is. But it looks like this. There you go. So there you go. Use a Sharpie, dude. You have no idea how much information there is there. Can you not turn to the other side? There's a label on the other side too. Like, cause fuck you. All right, there you go. All right, just get this wrapper off. All right, Let's see. Let me just zoom out a little bit.
Not.
There we go. Okay. So here it is. It looks like... Bro, am I opening like some drugs here? What the fuck? Okay. Where do I start? Oh my god.
Cricket is calling me. Let me.
Also, I just realized G
Hi, baby
G the
girl.
puppet
I'm on stream.
has dinosaurs on it. Okay, I think it's from G. Thank you for the 100 bits, by the way.
Awoo.
You hiding forever.
that's the
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
It has dinosaurs on it.
My bad. Oh my god, it's another rap. So I guess this was from G. Thank you, G. It really does look like a cocaine block. Bro. Oh my. Okay. Oh my god. It's wrapped up even more. What the fuck is in here? Jesus. Yeah. It's like 3 packets. Let us pop the wrap. Yeah. Fush looks so cute today. Drew said you look cute. He said blять. Okay. So the first one, I think is this one. I hope I don't rip it. Okay. So there's this thing. There's a lot of stuff in here. Hold on. Dude, whoever did this is really good at rapping because Jesus Christ. Okay, there's 2 more things. C, D, maybe it's like okay, F. This one's F. Hold on. Hold on. To F.
Consult the email if you get confused.
Oh, the email. Okay, hold on. Oh, you sent me an email. Hold on. I got you. What was that? Let's see. It says... Oh my god. Nope. Bro, I have way too many fucking emails. Is the next page? Fuck it, we'll figure it out. I'm guessing start from A and go to Z, yeah? C, F, there's another F. There's 2 Fs. Okay, now I'm confused. Mr. Popular? Oh, buddy, you think it's fan mail? It's more like bills and shit. Okay, let's do this one first. Oh, C is for me. Oh, S. Oh, C and F. Okay, circuit. How the fuck did I not get... This one's for you. Okay. Okay, got it. Okay. Circuit, what have you turned on? What? I have a question. What's a good place to get a cyber mask? Like Etsy, I think. This is Canadian Breaking Bad. All right, so... Okay, I'm going to open these first. There's a QR code. Okay, so first thing is these little lollipops. Oh, cow! Sorry. Sorry. My bad. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, my bad. I am so sorry. Holy fuck. I'm so sorry. You scared of me. It's not like I meant to. Okay, lollipops. Like lollipops, bro, whatever. I got cows, baby. Let's fucking... Okay, these are cute. Holy fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. These are so cute. Okay, hold on. Look at this one. This is the first one. Dude, look at this second one. Oh, look at this one. Oh, it's so cute. Here you go. I'm gonna get freaking cuteness aggression. Here's the third one. And here is the fourth one. Focus! There you go. Wow, that is cute. Also, I'm loving this camera, I'll be honest. There you go. Alright. That's awesome. Okay, so then you have a letter here. Okay. Okay. Where do I start? Oh, okay, here's the right one. Hi. Here's those gifts I emailed you about. I make stuff like this all the time. I hope you guys like them. Let me know if you need any adjustments. What did you do? Love, George G the Puppet. P.S. I won't be offended if they're not your thing. Happy for you to re-gift or something. Or you can send them back to me if you want. I probably will like them. Or what? Okay, now what's going on? What is this? What is this? I don't get it. It looks cool, but what is it? It's a collar? I don't think it's a collar. Is this a collar? It's not a collar, right? Just starts putting it on as a collar. Bro, there's no way it's gonna fit. Is it actually? It's a collar. Are you serious? Let me see this. Well, you can loosen it up, right? Just fucking okay. Yeah, it's a collar. Okay. Thank you. Well, he loves it at least. Is it for you? There's also cute. Oh, what's this?
Yeah, I have collars and harnesses.
Oh, since I have collars and harnesses. Give me 100 bits. They said they make collars and harnesses. Handmade little space. Okay. There's a QR code here. Oh wait, hold on. Also, I don't have enough cow print on the at the moment, but let me know if you want one, and I'll get more. Cow print, like these ones, like these things. Hold on, is this your company? Wait, hold on. Is this your company?
Not.
I just want to double check. Did you build the PC or is that? Yeah, that's what the stream is for, Drew.
Not.
I just want to double check. Is G still here? G, is this your company or not? I'm gonna wait. I don't think they're here anymore. Shit. Yes, it's their company. They said yes. I don't see their message. Hold on. Oh, there. It says yeah. Okay, this is your company. Okay, chat. I'm gonna show it. Then I'm gonna show it. Okay. Here's the company. It's called Beanie's Boutique. Handmade little space gear. Here's the icon. It's cute. And here's a QR code. I don't know what this... Wait, should I be showing it? Doesn't matter. Here you go. Here's the QR code. So I guess scan it and you'll see something? Or like the website or something? Drivey so can't write. No problem. Thank you. Dude, this is amazing though. Thank you so much. Okay, nobody's scanning that. Well, fuck you. Okay, what's this? This is for you? Okay, you open it. Let me go. Oh my god, is that the collar? Hold on. Sure, I think I got my own collar. I scanned it. What is it? Is it the website? There's some hardcore music. The packaging is so professional. Yeah, you know, that kind of makes sense now. Why why it's professional, because this person probably does it for a fucking living. I hope yours is a pup mask. Thank you, Icarus. It is a leash though. It's like full black though. What do I... There you go. It's a link to his socials and a website. Okay, gotcha. What is a leash? Oh, sorry, collar. There you go. This one's Army printed. Is it because I go to the gym? Is that why I got this one? Is it because I go to the gym? Oh my god. Fuck. Hold on. No, I got it. Ow! There you go. Okay, a little bit looser. It's probably because of the ghost mask. Yeah, there you go. Don't choke yourself. Okay, now you need a double-ended leash so you can be hooked together. It's like so we can't get too far from each other, yeah? That's kind of funny. That's wild. That's wild for doing the thrush sound. Also, nobody do Baltimore. I don't think it's working, by the way, just to make sure. You know what? Mods, can you disable it? Is that another leash? What is it? Oh. Is that what I got too? You should show it at that point. Is that even it's gotta be appropriate. It's fine. It's funny. Nah, it's fine.
Not.
Oh, I can just do it like this. Oh, that was easy.
Not.
Wait, is that for the legs? The hips? What is that? Oh, fuck.
Not.
That's for the chest. Is it? Oh, I got one. Oh, it is for the... Is it for the... Hold on. Okay, I'm confused. Hold on. Shoulders and chest. Like this? They look like pants.
Yep.
Like that? Okay, like this? Okay. I got the army one. That's funny. Those are thunder thighs. Okay, that's kind of funny, whoever said that. What pants are you wearing? Oh, because... Okay, I get it. I don't know if this will fit me, though. Well, I know I can loosen it, probably, but how? Huh? You can try it out? Okay, hold on. I mean, we just do it now. It's funny. Really funny. If I fucking understand how to do this thing. Okay, there's another one here. Is that it? Is just these two? How do I put it on? Like this? Like, I guess like that? Emails will tell you what to do. I want to be funny and try to figure it out myself. I'm guessing like this, right? Like that, right? And then, yeah, that makes sense, right? Does this make sense? Why do I look like Leon Kennedy? All I need is a fucking holster and I'm good to go. You try tightening it up? You loosened it way too much? Well, let's see what size I am. Do a flip. Ah, shit, my headphone's part of it. That's okay. Oh, okay, wait, hold on. No, it's not backwards. There you go, see? And I can just tighten up very easily like this. I loosened it accidentally. God fucking... Hold on. Nope, I loosened it again. Isn't that backwards? Is it backwards? Is there another one in the back? Hold on. Oh, wait, yeah, there's another one right here. Yeah, try tightening that one. Yeah. It's loose, right? So, probably tighten it. The buckle goes in the back. Yeah, so... Oh, this thing? Yeah, the buckle's in the back. Okay. I'm fairly sure it's backwards. The clip should be in the front. I thought it was for his waist legs. Okay, yeah, see, me too, Misha. Huh? I think you're tightening it. Yeah, you're tightening it. Yeah. Did I try the other side? Because I loosened it. Noob harness owner. Yeah, no shit. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was making it comfortable for you, but okay. Because you should be able to do it yourself. Ah. I'm learning. The ring goes in the front, not the back. It's correct. Okay. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yep. Yep. Keep going. Good? Yeah, I think you tighten this one. Oh, I can just do it like this one. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I think this is the tightest it goes. I think. Is this the tightest it goes? Or is it supposed to be more downwards? Honestly, it's a vibe. Okay. It matches you so well. It's backwards. Some people think it's backwards, some people it isn't. Huh? No, it's not fine. No, it's not. It's fine. Okay, got it. Okay. Yeah, the green works. Okay. All right, like that. Does that make sense? Hold on, I think like this one. Yeah, hold on. Just holy shit. Like that, and then maybe make this one tighter too. A little bit, probably. Yeah, probably need to fix the fitting a little bit or something. Okay, there you go. I think I just need to figure out how to tighten this side properly. Just play around with it. Yeah, I just think just if you can tighten this part more, can you try? No, that's the fullest, right? Okay, there you go. It's like tight though. It is tight right now, so. So yeah. Everybody keeps saying you look like a backpacker. Digs right into the armpits. Is it supposed to be under the armpits? Yo, fuck it. Just put it upside down. Let's try it. Let's try it upside down. Is your stream playlist public? That's wrong. It's literally just a Tekken soundtrack. Okay, let's just try flipping it upside down. Hold on. I'm just curious right now. I'm like, I want to figure this out. There.
Cheese.
Okay, so the buckle goes at the back.
Right.
2 of the straps have red stitches on the inside. Those indicate the over-the-should straps.
Oh, 2 of the straps have red stitches on the inside. Those indicate the over should be straps. Hold on. Where's the red? Hold on. This one. This one's orange. Okay, so the orange, hold on. So these indicate the over should strap. The over, like over my shoulder, right? So it was correct. Yeah, okay. It was correct. Over the shoulder. Okay, so it should be like this then. Okay, yeah, so I got it right. Okay, so I did get it right. Okay, there you go. He's so bad at BDSM. Oh my god. You make it sound like I do this every day. Or at all, actually, for that matter. Oh, now I fucked it up. Hold on. Okay, I'll figure it out. I think it's good. I still like it a lot, but man, am I confused right now. Okay, hold on. No, hold on. Okay, so this, like that. I'm gonna try to do it with myself. Hold on. I'm gonna do it with myself. Hold on. Like this. And then like that. There you go. Then I need to like kind of buckle it in there. Whose yours has a different slider buckles instead of stitches?
Foosh, yours has different slider buckles instead of the stitches.
There. What if I loosen it a little bit? Alright, I hope I did it right. Yours looks way more complicated. Yeah, I'm guessing so. Right? I'm so happy someone got you these. I'm surprised somebody got us these. I didn't even know you own your own store like this. Yours has different slider buckles instead of the stitches. I'm guessing the red ones go on top. I should have checked the email. I didn't think it was. I didn't want to check the emails because I thought it was going to be like spoilers. So I completely resisted like checking any form of emails. So I was like, yeah, I'm not checking. But then I should have checked. Didn't know it was going to be like that. Oh, really just dropped. Yours is too tight? Oh, there you go.
Pink over the shoulder,
Oh.
blue under the arms,
Pink over the shoulder,
from
blue
someone
under the
in
arm.
chat.
Okay, pink over the shoulder, blue under the arm. Okay, it was fine. Yeah, okay. So it fit. There you go. Now all I need is like holsters, and I'm gonna look like Leon Kennedy. or something. I don't know. I was a little behind. Hold on. Oh, I twisted it? I'll fix that. Alright, I tried.
Yeah, it's twisted here.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you, dude. This is sick, though. I'll be honest. I really, at first, I don't know. I genuinely thank you because I really like the fact that I don't know why I like the color. I like it. I like it a lot. Thank you so much. Seriously, I appreciate it so much. I appreciate it a lot. And it's like strong. It's like good, like, well, I don't know if it's good material, but it's strong. Now I feel like it's on me right now, even though it's not. It's weird. It's like putting on a ring. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Is there anything else? Are we done? Yeah, we're good. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Oh. But yeah, G, by the way, thank you for all the bits, and thank you so much. If you guys want to buy their stuff, I'm gonna just do a promotion because I don't give a fuck. It's Beanie's Boutique. Right here. Right? There you go. And here's the QR code if you guys want to scan it. There you go.
Good boy.
He's new to being a rope bunny. The hardest is a rope bunny? Okay. Honestly, hardest is tricky once you first get him. Well, yeah, I could clearly. But yeah, thank you so much though. Also, I'm sorry. These cows are so cute. I can't get over them. Okay, next. All right, next package. Box. There, just wanted to make sure it doesn't. This one is from, I'm guessing, the US. Okay, can't say the full name. Oh, it's Maybear. Maybear, it's your stuff. Maybear, this is yours. Maybear, this is your package. Yeah, thank you, G. Thank you so much. Good luck at work. Please handle with care. And then actually wrote it in French too. They put a fucking thing over your thing. That is so funny. Okay, how do I open this? Hold on. Right here. I don't have to fight the Canadian Postal Service. Oh, sorry. Did anything come in from Australia? If that didn't come in, there's something that was supposed to come from Australia. Okay, then that's the one. Okay, good. You have to fight Circus Border Control. I'm just gonna rip this fucking box open. I can't do this. There we go. Couldn't care less. Okay. So, we got a letter. We have this that says Fuchsia with a little triangle on it. This is yours. Don't open it yet. We gotta read the letter first. And then this one. It's chocolate. Oreos! Bro, I'm actually so fucking hungry. I'm gonna eat this right now. More! Oh! Food! Holy shit, good food. It's a protein bar. Let's fucking go. Holy shit. Well, how much protein is it? 18 grams? Fuck. I'm gonna save this for later, actually. I just met my protein goal. I don't want to eat more. Okay, and then there's this. Circuit. With a little circle. A red circle. The other was 21 grams. Yeah, I'm not going to eat it right now because I already met my calorie goal. Okay, so let's read the letter first. Oh, there's two letters. To Fuchsia and to Circuit. Okay, so I'll read mine first and I'll give you the mic, okay? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe are we allowed to read this on stream or not? Because last time I did that, people were like, don't stop doing that. If you want to, I don't care. Okay, got it. Okay, so let's read yours first. Also, if you want to get a portable mic, I can give it to you. If you want to go get a portable microphone, I'll connect you in. Okay. All right. Bro, this is some hilariously big font. Is there anything personal here? No, I just want to show like how big the font is. It's so funny. All right. Circuit, let me tell you, this fucking patch about... Oh, you made the patches! Oh my god, I'm excited. This fucking patch about broke me. This is actually the second one I've made. I've literally got all the way through the first one. Was sewing the Velcro on. And went, I do not like this. I can do better. I definitely did better. And I'm very happy with how this one turned out. You know the saying that someone puts their blood, sweat, and tears into something? Yeah, the amount of self-blood sacrifices I apparently needed to make this patch was too many. I stabbed myself so many times, dude. But don't worry, I work at a dry cleaners and probably sanitize it. Probably sanitized it?
Properly.
Oh, properly. I thought I said probably. I'm sorry. Never mind. Properly sanitize it. Okay, I'm calm. My bad. I hope... Wow, I'm getting dyslexic or some shit. I hope you enjoy this tactical move patch and use it on your Ghost cosplay vest if you want to. I fucking will. Also, I plan on making you more embroidered pieces, so if you have any requests, let me know. It's gotta be something robot, but fuck, you know what, I have ideas, but holy shit, this is awesome. Hold on. A more heartfelt note is planned for later, okay? Maybear. And then, hold on. Oh, and enjoy the protein bars. Thank you. Holy fuck, thank God. Oh my God, oh my... If these are going to be delicious, that's it. I'm addicted. Okay, so me first. Oh, wait. Do you want to read your... No, wait. I'll do this and then you read the letter. Sorry, I got too excited. Oh, my God. Okay, chill. Jesus Christ. Let's fucking go. Hold... Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, it's the back piece. Okay. Moo, motherfuckers. Oh, hell yeah. Holy shit. So I guess this comes off like that. Yes, it does. Okay, that's sick. That is... Wait, hold on. There you go. That is sick. This doesn't matter. Hell yeah. Holy shit, this looks rough, like, to make. Jesus Christ, I can imagine how you freaking bled into it. That's rough. Oh, it's so soft. Feel it. Yeah, like for a Velcro badge, it's pretty damn, like, soft. That is awesome. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna wear this. I'm gonna freaking wear this ASAP. I'm gonna wear it on my, like, my vest. I'll probably wear it, like, right under. Or over. Over? Is that how you're supposed to do it? I think it's over. Whatever. I'm gonna wear this. That's fucking awesome. Maybear, why are you giving a shout out to Maybear? Maybear does a stream. Whatever. Thank you so much. Maybear, this is fucking awesome. Holy shit. This is so awesome. Thank you so much. This is so cool. Oh my God. I'm gonna put this on. I gotta... Oh, fuck. Does that mean... No, I don't, because there's Velcro already on my vest. Let's fucking go. Okay, I'm gonna use this. Oh, this is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so fucking much. All right, your letter? All right, this is Fusha's letter.
Hello. Hi, Fusha. I hope you enjoyed this little wall hanging. I know this kind of started out as a joke, but I'm really proud of how it turned out. I ended up making a lot of custom thread combos to embroider this with. I have a whole shade of them from testing them all out. I just want to say thank you for providing such a chill stream environment, and also for your overall vibe. You're such a sweet person, and your hidden chaotic energy is such a delight. Anyway, enjoy JPEG. Oh, I almost forgot. The embroidery ring itself is covered in stylized lily of the valley and your robot triangle. I had to use a toothpick on some of it. Also, I plan to make few more pieces in general, so if you have any requests, let me know. Maybe. Thank you so much. Yeah, tata.
Alright, what'd you get? Just rip that bitch. No? Okay. I'm currently making guys shirts too at the moment. What the fuck? What can't you do? Oh shit. That was big. Oh my God. Oh! Bro, I've never seen... Dude, holy shit. Oh my God. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh. There you go. Look at that. Holy shit, maybe. I don't think you're supposed to. Are you supposed to open this?
What's this part?
Because I think it like pulls in everything and holds it together. Yeah, it's the JPEG cat from his first stream. The what?
Oh, it is. I played my dream setup. I could change like how 3D the cat was. I just made a flat cat on the living room table.
Oh, that's kind of funny. Do
And
not
it looked
open
like
it.
this.
Everybody say don't open it.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, my bear.
Oh, that's awesome. Holy shit. We should put it on display when we move. Not now, of course. That's awesome. Keep it safe. Looks fragile. That is awesome. Holy shit. Yeah, it feels nice. Yeah, it feels nice and soft. Holy crap. Aw. I'm so happy for you. Maybear, thank you so much. Holy shit. Maybear, thank you so fucking much. That's what holds the fabric in the circle shape, not meant to be opened. Oh, there you go. Oh.
If you also look near the screw top, you can see your little triangle face, Foosh.
Oh, there it is. Oh. That's sick. You should show it. Yeah. Wow, look at that. That is awesome. Oh, it's so... Dude, holy shit. That must have taken a lot of effort.
Yeah, take the cat. Take the cat.
Okay. Third and last package of the day. Where is that from?
Oh, yeah.
Is it? It says Omaha. Maybe, are you Australian? Did I forget? Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Yes. Oh my god, I forgot. I actually forgot. I'm so sorry. I actually forgot. Maybe it's not Australian. Okay, then somebody's Australian. And oh, last time I checked, Omaha is not Australia either. Then. Okay, so then somebody's so some fucking Australian packages got fucking lost. Great. We have to double check. Was it that then? Was it the first one? No, Moogle's package is lost. I got a mail about it. I'm gonna freaking bring it up and be like, yo, where the fuck? Because they said, oh, you weren't home. Oh, scissors. I forgot. Okay, well, this one is from Omaha, so not... I don't fucking know. Omaha. Omaha, yeah. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Oh, I think it's a city. I'm not sure. Okay, first of all. Oh my god, look at this. Oh, it hangs too. Oh, look at that. I don't want to hang this in the car. It'll lose color. Is this a Care Bear? What am I looking at? Hold on. It is a Care Bear. There's a cow printed Care Bear? The fuck, since when? Hold on, I gotta get back inside, man. Hold on. Hold on. Put the hood back on. The hell? Look at that. Nebraska. That's where it's from, Nebraska. Sister Care Bear cousins. I don't know when that... Okay. Alright, anyways, yeah, look at that. Oh, look how cute it is. This is really cute, actually. It's really soft, too. Feel that. Alright, next thing is... Are these Pokemon cards? They're Pokemon packs! How much did you send? 1, 2, 3, 4... And then this one. Is that a Pokemon pack? It's a pack, a coin, and a belly bolt. Are we opening packs again? Is that what we're doing? Okay, dude. Wait, hold on. There's something else. Ooh, what the fuck? It's a Mimikyu, but it's like golden and shit. Look at that. Oh my god, it could have been ruined. What the fuck? Sleeve now? I don't... Can you give me sleeves? Holy shit, it's like golden. How much does it cost? Sleeve that shit right now. Put that shit. The sleeves are. Oh my god. Wait, where are they? Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where's the box? It's in here. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. I'm on it. Leave the sticker, but the sticker has no price on it. Are you sure? Don't change it at all. Okay, you guys are stressing me out. You guys are stressing me the fuck out right now. Fuck, where are the sleeves? Are they in this box? No. Fuck. Hold on. It's in a pack. A box. Yeah, what do you mean? Oh my god. You, oh my god, yourself. Oh my god, where are the sleeves? Oh my fucking god. Hold on. There needs to be another box somewhere. Shit. We got ads. We got ads. I'll be back. Huh? I know. I get it. Fuck. Hold on. There's another. Oh my god. Okay, look for a box that looks like this.
Did you throw it on the rest of it? You throw a box.
I don't think so. Hold on. What the fuck? I'm so scared. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. You say you fuck with magic cards too? Oh, Jelly does. Okay, not me. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, I am so scared right now. Yeah, I didn't remove it or anything. It fell down? Bro, you guys are stressing me out. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Find those sleeves, you dumb fuck. Okay. Alright. That's a little mean. Y'all being mean to me. I'm looking for it. Hold on. No. No. Oh my god, where'd it go? Oh my god, where'd it go? Fuck. Oh my god, there's a microphone here. What the fuck? Gotta put that on charge. Where the fuck's the box? It was here. Oh, there's no way. I'm so scared right now. Hold on. Why did you give me this card, man? Like, bro. Like, the back is even golden. Look at that. Oh my god. Am I just tripping balls? No, there should be a box that has something. Jesus. Wait. Oh my god, this is. I got a sleeve. I got it. I got a sleeve. I got a sleeve. I don't know where the other box is though. But it's okay as long as I found a sleeve. Where the fuck's the card? Oh my god, there it is. Holy shit, my ADHD. Okay, there. There, I sleeved it. There. Oh my god. There, I sleeved a fucking Pokemon card. There. There, I did it. There you go. Mimikyu. 999 HP. Okay, wait, this is a meme, right? Is this just a meme card? Oh, I think it is. Looks cruel.
How much is it?
I don't know. I don't think it's gonna be worth much because it's probably just a meme card, but it still looks cool as shit though. Okay. Do we want to open these packs right now? Like, is this what we want to do? Also, there's no letter. Or was there?
How much it's worth?
There was a letter. There's a letter. Oh my god, there's a letter.
How much it's worth?
Everybody's saying open. Okay, hold on, hold on. Let's read the letter first. Okay. All right. Oh, it's two. Okay.
No.
Wow, this is really good handwriting. Hey,
No,
Circuit.
no.
I heard on one of your streams you
No.
wanted to rip Pokemon packs just to see if you get some hits. I decided to feed your gambling addiction. Sorry that oh my god, let me read this. Sorry they are ND. the lettuce. Well, they are the latest set. But scalpers cleaned out our comic plus card shops.
Nice.
Fuckers. These are from Fando shops around Omaha that I can find. Wow, that's crazy. I wanted to get you something
Nice.
because after discovering about you a month ago through an Instagram reel, you have constantly
Nice.
keep me. You have constantly kept me laughing. I think that's anyways. Thank you for being entertaining. I got the Care Bear because the onesie reminded me of yours. Well, good luck with your pulls. Side note, the packs I keep for myself were all misses, so maybe you have the good packs. That's fucking crazy that you gave me that. P.S. Sorry for no drawing, but I am a horrible artist. Well, I mean, you don't need to. Also, your fam, and then it's a signature that I cannot read because it's a D and then a signature. Is this DM? DM, is this you? No. Well, I don't know. This is a crazy signature. Well, I mean, I can't even tell what the signature is. My dad said Nicole onesie was sacrilege. Your dad's boring. Anywho, okay, I guess we're opening packs. Where'd they go? Did you put? What the fuck, bro? I just had them. They were just here. You motherfucker! Oh my god, dude, you're stressing me out, bro. Stop. Fuck's sakes. All right, let's open these packs. Let's say Hawk 2 or 3 times and you open Arceus. Oh my god. Get some sleeves before. We have some sleeves. Alright. Guess we're opening packs. Again. Alright. This ended up being a very, very, very entertaining stream because we ended up not even doing Okay, well, okay, so okay, like that. Okay, I think I fucked it up, but it's okay. Hopefully I got it right. Okay, so is this the top one is an energy card? Nope, that was not an energy card. I don't know what that is. I think I fucked it up. I just slipped and it fell out. Oh my god. Oh no, wait, was it the top? Hold on. Is this nope, that's not it. No, okay, fine, you check. Remember, call from top to bottom. It literally just fell out of my hands and it fucking mixed. Okay, cool. Well, just give it to me. I think there's gonna be whatever.
This is like the most intense on stuff you want to.
Okay, perfect. Okay, I think that's fine. All right, there you go. All right, let's go through this. I'm just gonna hold it up because I didn't even see it. All right, Darumaka. I'm not playing this song. Hold on. There you go. All right, so Darumaka. Apom. Poliwag! Hell yeah! Fucking love Poliwag. Look at him go. Oh, look how happy he looks. Okay, that looks cute. Who is this? Helioptile. Okay. Probopass. What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. Oh, it's this guy. The freaking, the the nose guy. Yes, the nose guy. The nose stone guy. Yes. I did not know he was fight, but okay. Apparently in this game he's fight. Solipede? Solipede. I think the C is silent for some reason. Scolipede? Or is it Solipede? Is it Scolipede? Okay. The Dastardly Jabs. That's sick. That looks really sick. Scoliosis. It does look like you have scoliosis. It looks sick. This looks sick. I like it. Next one is Belly Bolt. That is cute. Belly Bolt? Look at his stomach. Bro, he's ready to play jams, dude. Leafeon. Oh, Leafeon. And it's like a little foil too. That's awesome. Look at that. Aw, look how cute it looks. Smelling flowers and shit. Girder. Girder? Does this Pokemon canonically hold a girder? Man, my shoulders are so tired from the gym and I'm holding this up right now. It's killing me. Girder. It's all like foiled up. Last card. Doop. Ooh. That looks pretty. Alakazam. Holy shit, look at that. That looks pretty. Wow, look at that. That looks really cool. What the fuck? Holy shit. Is that good, chat? Spoon! Spoon! That's a cool looking... Oh, shit. Cool looking Alakazam, I'll be honest. Oh, shit. All right. That was sick. First pack. Oh. All right. First pack. It looks shiny. It looked really shiny. All right. All right. Second pack. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. Can somebody tell me again?
No.
Which goes where? The bottom to the top? Top to bottom? One card. Okay. So, oh my god. Hold on. No. What do you mean no? All right. So, okay. So like this. So, put this away. So this one here, like this, or the other way. All right, top to bottom, right? Exactly. Okay. Oh, you said no. Oh, I see. Okay. There you go. Wait. Okay, I'm fine, right? Okay, yeah. Okay, energy. All right. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, Timber. Okay, that is cute. Is that the evolution of Girder? Okay, cool. All right, so we got Girder. This looks cute. Look at him go. He just wants to be a little helpful guy. Oh shit, Aeron. I love this guy. Dude, I love Aeron. I unironically love this freaking Pokemon. All right, next one. Spinarch. This looks cute. I fucking love this bug so much. Wait a minute, is that the motherfucker that was screwing over my dumb Nuzlocke? No, that was another one, right? No, that was a different one. You know what? I forgive him. What's the next one? Oh shit, Sandshrew! I love Sandshrew. Holy shit, Sandshrew? Dude, the art is pretty. What is this? Community center. Please increase your funding. Once during your player's turn, if they play a supporter card from their hand, they may heal 10 damage for each of the Pokemon. That's not bad. Iron Bundle. Oh, it's the freaking penguin. Okay. Dude, that looks cool. Look at that. I like that. Okay. That's a future card. Love Ball? Excuse me? Search your deck for a Pokemon with the same name as one of your opponent's Pokemon in play. Reveal it and put it in your hand. What the fuck? That's so specific. Okay. 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 Holy shit. Okay. Damn, Rillaboom. Holy shit. It's one of, isn't that one of the starters? Isn't that one of the starters? Let's fucking go. And then last one. That's not the last one, is it? No, that's not the last one. Corfish. He's ready to go to the convenience store in Japan or some shit. And last one. Okay, that looks pretty. What the hell's going on here? Pheasantipity? Okay. That's a legendary? Okay, that looks pretty sick. Look at that. Holy shit. That looks sick. That looks sick. Okay. Yeah, that's the last card. Okay. All right. 2 more packs. Poison Fairy, if I'm not mistaken. I think they gave a Mystic. I don't know. I think that's a trading card game thing. Good night, already. Gonna keep this in the background. Sleep, everyone. Yeah, good night, Trash Panda. And then we go to the computer. Our worst nightmare. Still pissed they stopped making fairy cards. All right. All right. Let me just... Fuck. Hold on. Yeah. All right. So let me just double check to make sure. That does not look like an energy card. Yeah. Is this an energy card? No. Oh my god. Okay, chat. Let me know. Again, top to bottom. Like this. Like this to this. Okay. All right, cool. Oh, it is an energy card. I'm an idiot. I thought it wasn't an energy card. Yeah, okay. All right. First one is... Oh, that looks pretty. What the hell? Swirlix. Look at that. Oh, she looks cute. Okay. Next one. Tadbud. That looks really cute. Holy shit. I love these. Dude, I love this art so much. Next one. What the fuck? Oh, it's the apple. It's the apple worm. It's my thumbnail artist. Oh my god. Fucking Flip Baby. Holy shit. This is cute. Look at that. Oh my god, I'm shaking. Flip Baby. That is cute. Ogre's Mask? Excuse me? Choose Pokemon EX in your discard pile that has Ogre Pawn, and switch it with one of your Pokemon EX to play. Okay, I see. So you have to like a specific deck for it. Sunflora. That is interesting art. Like it's good. It's just interesting. Enhanced Hammer. Discard a special energy from your opponent. That's just okay. That's just mean. Oh, Poochyena. Different art. We got another Poochyena. What the fuck? Oh, it's the monkey. Who said smash? Icarus. Okay, and it's a foil. And last one is that the same thing? It's the same thing, but foiled. That's funny. It's the same exact card back to back. That's kind of funny. Okay, is that it? That was the last one. That's kind of funny. Return to monkey, chat. Return to monkey. No. All right, last pack. Oh wait, not the last pack. We have this one too. Wait. Yeah. That was kind of funny, I'll be honest. We love and duplicate. See, one's not like the other. All right, give me a sec. I gotta struggle for a little bit. Okay, I'm getting better at it. Yeah, I got a special coin now. I'm gonna use it because someone gave it to me instead. So it's just sentimental value. Okay, so again, chat. Top, the bottom, right? Like that. Energy card. All right, cool. All right. All right, here we go. Same card, but cool. Yep. It's a fucking Wiglet again. Oh, okay, Wiglet. I don't give a fuck. Bro, I have so many fucking Wiglets. I'm tired of it. I love the Wiglet though. I'll be honest with you. Okay, Gligar. That looks pretty cool. Okay. Oh, Blipbug. Oh, I have this one, I think. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. We got another one. We got another Fuecoco. I love this one. Look how cute he is. Bro, he is unbothered, not giving a fuck. It's raining, but I'm still happy. Hell yeah. Durant. I had to freaking explain the meme to Jelly that it's the last name of a basketball player. I don't even watch basketball. Anyways, Durant. That looks sick. I like this a lot. Oh, yep. Earthen Vessel. Okay. The fuck is this? Medical Energy? What? As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides blank energy. When you attach a card from your hand to one of your Pokemon, deal 30 damage from that Pokemon. When you attach this card from your hand to one of your Pokemon, heal 30 damage. My bad. Wait, that's kind of busted. What the fuck? That's moisturized. That's kind of busted, though. That's really strong. You gotta have a lot of these then. Okay. So it's another Wiglet, chat. Is it different art anytime? We already saw all these arts. It's foiled too. God damn it. All right. Next one. Oh! Another Groudon! Holy shit! Another Groudon. Okay, last one. Last one. Oh, it's you. Okay. Okay, we have this one too. We had this one before. Espathra. It's cute. I like how it's like foiled too. I like it. Lady Gaga. Did that say vibration? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. All right. Last one. But it's part of this pack, so you get a coin too. All right. That shit flew. Oh! Yeah, Belly Bolt. Hold on. I know what checked out Fuchsia is. Yeah, Fuchsia, you know. Oh, he's sleeping. Fuchsia, you gotta eat some food though after the gym. Okay, Belly Bolt. It's a different art too. Pretty cute. And then we have the cool coin. Who is this? This is worse than Bolatro. I know, right? Who is this? This looks so cute. Look at that. Oh my god, there's Reflecty. That is so cute. You know who that is? Fuchsia doesn't know. That is the guy. Got it. That means the pack is going to be good, right? That's usually how it works. Palmy? Oh, that's cute. Okay, all right. All right, last one. Also temporal. All right, last one and then we can continue. Eh. 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 Oh. That was way easier. That was way easier. I can just pull it out like this now. Oh, cool. All right. Code somewhere else. And then this is probably energy. Yep. That was so risky. All right. Here we go. Last one. The Hoot Hoot. We got Hoot Hoot. Ow. Hoot Hoot. I like this. This is cute. Beldum. Hell yeah. Wait, is that what I think it is? Echo, is that the card that like you told me? No. Yes? No. I don't remember. Anyways, Beldum. Heatmore. These are very different cards. What the fuck? This looks cool though. Okay. Roly Coly. I've never seen this. What the hell? Bro, he looks scary. What the fuck? Look at that. Bro, he's just cold. Yeah, he's actually just cold. Okay. Perilous Jungle. This looks sick. What's going on here? Very Pokemon checkup. They'll use 2 more damage counters on each poison non-Pokemon. Okay. Oh, wait. Non-mystic Pokemon? It's like a this. Oh, dark. It's dark. That's a new Pokemon from the new game. Is it the one that's like evolves into like the two like this? Because that's I think that's the one. Anyways, next one. Okay, this looks sick. Okay, what is going on here? Unpheasant. That looks sick. Look at that. During your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack. Oh. All right. Next one. Airy. What the hell? Your opponent reveals their hand and you can discard up 2 item cards you find there? What the fuck? Wait, that's so strong. Excuse me? Boxed order. It's it's a little foiled. I think this is the last card, I think. Yep. Molly. Right? No, there's one more. There's one more. Oh wait, it's Molly. It's the fucking it's the one with like a I don't even know how to explain. A ponytail of a mouth or some shit. Alright, last one. Ta-da! Alright. Oh, it's Drampa. We have a Drampa. It's good. Nice. That's it. That's all the Pokemon. Dude, this is sick. My addiction. Fucking someone was saying this is worse than Balatro. That was so funny. There you go. And that was the 5 Pokemon packs that we just unpacked as well. This is a lot of money that they just sent to me. I just realized that. Holy shit. All right. Thank you so much. Dude, thank you. Genuinely, thank you so much. And also, thank you for that really cool gold-looking card. It's already somewhere. I don't even know where it is. I need to clean up. But it's okay. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. There you are. This one. That looks cool. I'm going to put it right here. Ta-da. And then I got to put these cards in here. How did you lose it? How are you losing shit? You have no idea how messy my desk is right now. Like, genuinely, you have no idea. I gotta clean up. Bro, what the fuck just happened? I can't fit this in. There you go. And of course, the beautiful coin. Alright, cool. That's it. We're done. I will clean that Pokemon stuff later. Because we have to build a PC. And it's gonna suck. Thank you so much for all the P.O. Box stuff, guys. I appreciate you all so much. Genuinely, thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Fuchsia is dead. Bro, are you okay? I think where the hardest is. P.S. Sorry for the post officials that misspelled your name. If you can misspell my name, which is a literal fucking word, like, I don't think you should be working at a post office, in my opinion. Like, it's not even like a name. It's circuit. It's a word. Unless English is not your first language, then that's okay. Then I kind of get it. Okay. I gotta go hold the street. Yep. Take care, Dissos. Thank you so much. Okay. So. Alright. So, Alright. That's the recording. Okay. So here is the plan, chat. By the way, look at this keyboard that I got. The best of it is the front IO headers. Shut up! Oh my gosh, shut up! I fucking hate the IO headers. Also, I got this keyboard. Just because I need a wireless keyboard. Okay, so let's let me show you what's up. So if you guys don't know, this is my streaming computer. This streaming computer has a motherboard. Wait, hold on, I need to record this. Can I record this? Nah, it's okay. Drop it. Don't. But yeah, basically this computer has a motherboard. Now the problem is with the motherboard is that if you take a look, so I'm gonna open it up, you're gonna have a problem with this motherboard. So I gotta eat food too. Fucking getting hungry already. A motherboard? Tell you what. What about a fatherboard? He left for the milk. Sorry. Anyways, so as you can tell, right here, I don't know shit about boards. Okay, so basically what's going on is that if you look at here, right? You see where this GPU is plugged in? This GPU is plugged into this little socket. Now you can't see it. All right, that terrified me. Yeah, also stock cooler. That's what I forgot to buy. Who gives a fuck? It's a stock cooler. It's okay. Brother, the cable management. It's my brother's computer that I just took. All right, so basically in here, there's not enough spots for me to install this thing. It's a capture card, right? So a computer has to go in. So I plug my computer into here. This captures it, and then I dedicate this whole thing for streaming, and I'm done. That's it, right? Now, the problem is this doesn't fucking go anywhere. I can't put it anywhere. So what do I have to do? I have to get a new motherboard. Now, if you guys don't know what it is, it's basically everything that is on top of this computer. It's that thing. We have to replace that thing. You want to know what that means? We have to take everything out. I also bought this. So technically we're taking everything out. Because I also bought a new power supply. I know where you can put that. Yeah, where, Polly? So fix it. Have some pride. What do you mean fix it? You can't fix it. There's no fucking... What? Fix what? The fuck? What does that even mean? Fix it. Fix the cable? Management. Well, I just got this. So, with that in mind, hi.
Goodbye.
Oh,
Boy.
can you bring the food? I might eat the food before, like for a little bit before we continue. Take a guess. Shut up, Ollie. Okay, so, yeah. So basically, we have to take everything out, which fucking sucks. I hate doing this shit. It's exhausting. Eat the protein bars. I already reached my protein goal. I actually need to eat food because I'm gonna get tired. So, let's just get into it, I guess. He's got Chips Ahoy. Bro, I have been trying to... Is this fucking loose? Oh my god, is that the screw that popped out? Bro, Crow brought this computer and there was a fucking screw rattling inside the thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? He's like,
Nut.
I have no idea. It'll be fine. And I'm like, bro.
Nut.
Well, at least I know it's this thing. It's basically the thing that holds the hard drives. Or at least one of them. This one's just loose. Can I put it
Nut.
on top? Oh, I think I can. Alright, we'll deal with that later. Girl, it was not fine. I hope Fusha or me or someone placed it. Okay, so... Okay, one at a time. Let's just get it done one at a time. Let's just get the computers out. It's never fine if there's rattling in a PC. Say that to them. Oh,
Nut.
Christ. That was not a boner. I know what you guys looked at. That was just my shorts being weird.
Nut. Nut.
Alright. There's nothing sensitive on my desk, is there?
Nut.
No.
Nut.
You said it, not me. I saw it, and I'm like, chat, I don't want to hear
Nut.
it. Girl, we weren't even looking. Listen, I know... Look, do you know how many nuts we just heard? Okay?
Nut. Nut.
Yeah, see? Look what's happening.
Nut.
Alright, I'll be back. Let me get my,
Nut.
my screwdriver set.
Nut. Nut.
Do you remember where the PC set is? Is that a penguin? What the fuck is this?
Nut.
Chat, apparently we also got this. My bad. Apparently it fell down. I am so
Nut.
sorry. Look at that. That looks so cute. Okay.
Nut.
Holy shit. We got problems here. Huh? Oh my god. Okay. Ugh. So. It is time. It is time, chat. Also, I gotta eat food. As soon as we get an ad break, chat. Also, somebody first time chatted nut. Way to draw hold on, what did Echo just say? Way to draw attention to it. Listen, I saw it. I know everybody else saw it because people see shit
Nut.
even that I don't see. So I'm not
Nut.
even gonna bother. Got it? Alright.
Nut. Nut.
No one
Nut.
saw it, you freak.
Nut.
Look, man, I'm paranoid.
Nut.
Because my fucking shorts just went like boing, and I'm like, what the
Nut.
fuck is that? It's not even
Nut.
like, no, whatever.
Nut. Nut. Nut.
Ah.
Nut. 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 Nut.
What?
Nut.
Where's the screwdriver? Oh, it's right here. Oh fuck, I forgot to put it back. Whoops.
Nut. 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 Nut.
Okay, well, I found it.
Nut. Nut.
Hi.
Nut. 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 not, 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 not,
Okay. Alright. Sorry. Back. Ugh, okay. So, I did have an extra processor.
not, not,
This was a 3700X that we're
No.
going to install into here because this one has a
No.
2700U. If you guys don't know what 2700U means, it means
not,
hybrid GPU
not,
CPU.
not, not,
And it's useless. So we gotta
Not.
fucking take that shit out.
not, not,
What the fuck's going on?
not,
Okay, I'll let you guys nut a little bit. Alright, so.
not, not, not,
Okay,
Not.
when's the next ad break? 22 minutes? Okay. So we'll just deal with that. Alright, so we're gonna get the GPU
Not.
out. Because why not? Chat, I will
Not.
disable nut. Are you building, son? I am building. I am building, egg. Jelly, you spammed it too. You did spam it, Jelly. In fact, I think like... Jelly, I think you did it more than everybody else. Like everybody else
Not.
put together. Continue. Alright, so there's also... Okay, so... In the bottom, there is a port.
Not.
And you gotta, like, not a port, like a little, like,
Not.
thing that you, like, press down on and... Oh, that hurt. There. And then you just take it out. Okay. Or don't, I guess. There you go. There we go. And I think this is a... Fuck if I know what this is. What is this? I don't even know what GPU this is. I don't know. I legit got no idea. It's a Nvidia. Oh, I think it's a 40. No. It's a fuck. It's a something super. I don't remember. All right, anyways. That away. I'm also removing the little Wi-Fi thing because oh shit, no I'm not. I'm not doing shit. Hold on. Oh, okay. Screwdriver.
Huh?
Where'd it go? I just had a screwdriver.
I said a day or so ago that we're like a herd of cows mooing at farmer circuit, and the mods are the cattle dogs. And here we are all nutting and at least one mod joined us.
I'm gonna add a moo sound, I swear. I should do that actually. There you go. Wi-Fi's gone. So please add a moo sound. I will do that. Post haste.
Not.
Okay. You should wear the harness just so you could tuck the screwdriver into it.
Not.
How am I gonna... Hold on. What? Hold on. Where? How the fuck am I gonna... Hold on. Okay. Alright, yeah, sure. Let's try that. That makes sense. In the strap, just like down and that's it?
Not.
Okay, sure. Let's try that out. Alright. That does, in fact, make sense. I fear it does, too. Oh my god, now I gotta fucking spend... Where's Druth, man? I have to spend like 50 hours trying to fix this shit, too, now. Alright, there. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? How did that even happen? What on earth is happening with the... Oh my god. Did you break it? No, I'm just confused. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. So, like that. I put it in here. Then there's this one. Then I put it like this. Yes. Then I gotta get the seatbelt. Fuck. Nope. I got it wrong. Hold on. Is it like this maybe? No. Is it like this? Make sure the strap is straight. I think it is. I just can't tell. Clip it from the front and turn it around. How am I going to turn it around? How does that make any sense? Okay, I want you to think about what you just said. Clip it around and then turn it how? It's part of the fucking shoulder. Girl. Whatever, it's done. I don't care. No, Roses, that doesn't make sense. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god, I'm spending 50 hours on this. Hold on. Hold on, I don't care. I don't care. It's done. That's all I care about. I just care that it's done. There's Roses a kink queen. That's a sentence. I don't know. Ask Roses, not me. And then take your arms out. Just dislocate your shoulder, forehead. Alright, so I got the harness. Now what do I... Okay, how am I going to do this? Where's the seatbelt? The seatbelt. Alright, how am I going to do this? Am I going to put it like right here? Like that? That kind of works, to be honest. Yeah, it does. Okay. That's kind of funny. What else do I need to unscrew? Alright, so that's done. Right? So... Alright. So then now, I gotta... Let me unplug everything. That's the SSD. Or, sorry, SATA. SATA number 2. Tactical screw... I think I need to actually put this in here. Hold on. Actual tactical fucking screwdriver. Unbelievable. What is this music? Fuck off. Jesus. Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
No.
Oh. No. We're not doing that again. Oh. It's only one. It's only one. Oh my god, it's only one. Oh. But I think that makes it worse. It hit one of them really hard. How did you do this? Because I fucking took your advice and I put the screwdriver in the harness and guess what happened? It fell out. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, we're fine. Okay, I'm good. Okay. Oh, okay, legs numb. No, not the sharp end. No, not the sharp end. Thank fucking god, that would have been even worse. At least I think it wasn't the sharp end. Okay.
Officer Bowles.
Oh.
Looks like your nuts got screwed there, huh? Bazinga.
Shut up. Who said that? Fuck yourself. Of course somebody hit me. Numb leg. That means I got hit hard. It's okay. Oh, that's okay. Bazinga indeed. Okay. No more advice from chat, at least in terms of harness or whatever the fuck I'm doing with this shit. How do I... Okay. What is that? Okay. Alright, so I gotta take this one out too. Take it on the back and shoot it. Listen, learn. Don't put that on the harness. I don't think we're gonna put shit in the harness. Oh fuck! This is all power cables. I gotta replace this too. Just don't think about it. Just keep going.
Holy Jesus.
Also, think of the 100 bits, Silver. And Eddie, think of it for 4 months.
What the fuck is that?
Give me the cookies, circumcision.
No, they're mine. They're mine! Fucking boy! Ah! Holy shit, how do I take this up? Go do a self-check to make sure. What am I gonna do? Fucking grab my balls and just be like, ah, yes, feels very nice. Yeah. That's not gonna solve anything. As long as I don't piss blood, I think I'm good. No, that's not. No, guys, that's how you check for cancer. If you piss blood, you got problems. That's it. Everything else is fine. Feel them. You guys are crazy. Check for bruising. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It was just... The fuck? Why is this on? It's a very sensitive... Ooh, I'm getting better. It's okay. Leave the room. Dude, just check. What am I gonna check? What am I gonna check for? Yeah, but it wasn't like pointy. It was the dull end. It was the dull end that going straight down towards my nuts. Swelling? Alright, fine. I'll be back.
Nut. 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 Nut.
Alright. Yes, chat. Nuts are fine. The nuts are
Nut.
great. They are wonderful. Okay.
Nut.
Alright. What am I doing?
Nut.
Is that the IO port? I think it is. Yeah, I
Nut.
feel it. God, I hate this. Okay. Oh my god, I hate this. I gotta remember. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Hold on. Aha. Shit, I can't see. Hold on. Power LED plus minus. Okay. I gotta write this down. Hold on. So it's like this, right? Actually, are these ones labeled well? Power SW. And then this one is Power SW. Stay together. Power LED. Okay. Okay. Then it's readable. It's fine. There's no reason to do that. This is very annoying to put on. Okay, I think that's all of the... Nope, there's one more. Hold on. The fuck is up with the lights? Why the flicker? I think the camera's struggling. Is the camera Yeah, the camera's struggling. Hold on. It's because it's nighttime. Give me a second. Hold on. Let me do it. Let's go here. Manual. There. We should be good now. There you go. No more flickering. It's because the autofocus is like struggling with the camera, so it's like... What do I do? Chat, how long has he been struggling for? Not that long. I just got a screwdriver fall on my nuts though.
Nut.
That was fun. Bro, come out. What the fuck are you doing? What's going on here? What is your problem? It doesn't want to come out. It's shy. The fuck? Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone for now. Where are the screws? Oh, the screwdriver that fell on my nuts. Hold on. I should have wore the vest. And then I could have used that. Your glasses? They're not prescription. They're just computer glasses though. But yeah. Hello. Oh my god, there it is. Like how bullshit he just wants to show off his muscles. I literally cannot get it out. I don't even know how to explain this to you. It just does not want to come out. Okay. Brother, you need a flashlight in there? Yeah, I do. You are absolutely right. Oh! Dumb. Hold on. There you go. Boom. Easy money. Alright. Are these the same screws? Yeah. Nice. Oh my god. There's too much shit on this fucking desk. Okay. Once there's an ad break chat, I'm taking a lunch break. Dinner break. Also, welcome first time chatters, by the way. Oh, also, mods, can you change the title to just remove rebuild? Oh, I already did it. Never mind. That's all. Thank you. Thank you, mods. There you go. We could have put on, if you guys want to, we can try doing. We could try doing what's the word? Like song cue, but instead of like music, we just do memes. Clips sound dangerous. That's say I love you, mods. Love you, mods. Love y'all. Y'all are hard workers. You guys keep this stream running. Thank you so much. I wonder what his monthly budget is on Chips Ahoy. Unironically, the cookies are by saving grace a lot of the time for meeting calories. Now say I love you to us individually without missing anyone. I will. But I will also add my own note to it. So that is up to you. Take it or leave it. I will say I love you. But I will also say something. Now whether it is nice or not. You're taking it? Alright. Doll hairs. Alright. Alright. Roses. Thank you for not only being my moderator, but also my manager and my shareholder. I appreciate all the help that you have done. And I appreciate... Don't start with me? Too bad. That wasn't part of the deal. Go fuck yourself. Thank you for everything that you've done. You're a good friend. And a good business partner too. I just wish you understood that a little bit more. Instead of being such a fucking pussy. Because people actually care about you. And you fail to see that. So take the love. And appreciate what you have around you. Because people genuinely care about you. And people are excited to always see you. And talk to you. Now join the fucking Discord voice calls. It pisses us off when you're not there. Where's the other screw? No? No more? It is going up and down. Oh, yeah, that's it. Hydrate? I will... What? I will do that later. Okay. Let's see. So, before I continue with the thinking, let me see what the fuck is going on here. What is this? Oh, I really had to press it down. That's why. I think I have another stock cooler for my... Oh, fuck you. Invite me? What do you mean invite you? That's not how that works. You just come in. It's called being part of a fucking server. It's an open thing. Stupid motherfucker. Alright, anyways. There you go. We're going to take the RAM out as well. We're going to keep the processor in because we have a stock... Another one. Fan. There you go. And there you go. Yeah, Jelly, that's not Jelly. Rose, that's literally what an open invitation is literally called. Like, that's literally it. Okay, before I continue with this case, I want to finish the motherboard first. Because the motherboard is the most annoying part, I think. Alright, so that's the PS. Here's the motherboard. Alright. You hate us, always say I love you too. Are you listening? Did you not hear the fact that I said that give me a second, let me do this first before I continue? But you're not listening. Where there's a risk of static? When did I put the PC in the mod? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, the RAM. That's a good point, actually. Hold on. You have a good point. Give me a second. Yeah. Alright. Somewhere else. Hold on. There. All right, fantastic. Ads are coming up. Okay, ads chat. We have ads in 30 seconds. I'm gonna eat food, which means I will turn off the camera, and then we will continue because I am hungry as a motherfucker. I am hungry like a horse. And acoust your other mods. Yes. This thing is... I'm gonna take this off just because I'm a little scared of like fucking shit up, so I just not taking any risk. All right, we'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. To the non-ads, sorry, non-subscribers. All right. This is what has anti-static. Oh no. Cool. You want some lasagna? Me. What if I just do this and I unplug it? Hold on. Wait, hold on. I gotta make a weird fit. Oh my! Oh, fuck! Hold on. Hold on. Oh, come on! Ah! That's gross. Okay. Ugh. All right. There, I'm just gonna stare like this, and I'm gonna unplug it. All right, did it work? And that's what you guys are gonna have to stare at for the next whatever the fuck. That's terrifying. Good. My god. My god. Why is it going that way? Hold on. Where's Echo's image? So you do like bring up everything. No fucking way. Where did it go? What is that thing on your nails? Oh, that's a good. Oh, that might be the. What's the word? Do you guys know the thing that's like? Oh my god, what's it called? The thermal paste. The thermal paste. Where is it? Am I hold on, let me make this larger. Give me a second. Large icons. There we go. Alright, let's see what I'm looking at. Chat, give me a moment. Where's the fucking thing? I know I have it in here. Or not. Oh my god, Echo, if you have it, can you just send it to me again? I swear I put it in my pictures folder, but I don't see it. Fucking jokers, fuck off. Sub goals. No. Oh, there! I found it. I found it. I found it. I should have renamed it first. There you go. There you go. Why are you staring into my soul? What is this SCP going on? This is what you get. Sorry, let me eat my food before I continue. Album cover right there. Alright. Eat your singular chicken breast? I will. Well, there's some rice here, but I will. Is the food seasoned? Not the rice. I forgot the rice is seasoned. Hold on. Rice to season? Season the rice. Look at the season. Hold on. Why are you staring like that? Good God. This is what you get. Bro, I keep finding open fucking Pokemon packs everywhere. There's like so many. And it's 11:30. Okay, that's kind of funny. Is the rice buttered at least? No, I just put rice seasoning. I put nori. It looks so fucking delicious. Don't look at me like that, you creep. With how much my chat is looking at my... yeah? Huh? No, camera's unplugged. The camera's unplugged. Okay, Fuchsia. Why don't gym people season their food? I don't... Honestly... Misha, I don't know. I think it's a time thing. Hi, Fush, can I see you? But hi. Oh, he just left. That's kind of funny, I'll be honest. It takes 2 seconds to season your food. It's not about the camera? Okay. It's about your loud ass. Oh, wow, okay. Couldn't say it verbally?
Cheese.
I am kidding.
Hi, waving hand emoji.
Hi, Aisha. Thank you for the 100 bits. I mean, you is loud, yeah. Keep telling you to keep leaving the door open. I didn't hear you say it once, my bad. I heard it once. My bad. I forgot. Yeah, the new place is gonna be 2 bedrooms. We're gonna make one of them into a stream room. Chat, how are you? Anyways, while I eat, Jelly, thank you for being a good moderator, but also for being a good friend. Like a really good friend. I think you're one of the very few people that I'm able to talk to very openly without kind of being judged. Not being judged, more like I can say the most stupidest shit and you'll just laugh. It'll be a fun time. And it's nice. It's really nice. Like, it's really nice to just like and you too, Soba. Also, Jelly, thank you for filling our minority quota. We needed some. Thank you for being the diversity hire. I'm blushing. I just ruined it, didn't I? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. You racist. I'm not racist. That's why I hired you. That's the whole point. It's not racist. If I was racist, I would not hire you. He hates black people. If I hated black people, then I wouldn't be your friend. Now I can say I have a black friend. Jesus fuck. I'm glad I'm not a mod right now. Wait till you hear it's about. Okay, I'll be honest with you. When I found out positive racism is a thing, I was shocked. There's another word for it as well. What was it? It was like positive racism had like its own term. Fuck, what was it called? Because I know because it became like illegal or some shit. No. It's like no, not being a dick. No. It's an actual well, it is well, it's kind of a reverse racism, but it got banned in like the US. So you can be discriminated if you go to school. Hold on, let me check. Reverse racism. No, positive racism. That's what it's called. Benevolent prejudice? No, that's not it. Is it? No, hold on. Fuck, there was a thing. Inclusivity? No. There's a specific... Yeah, okay, Roses knows what I'm talking about. For example, like universities in the US, have to fill a quota. You can't just have a bunch of white people in your university, right? So, like, even if your grades are super high, you, like, I don't know, days or DEI. That doesn't exist anymore. Oh, there it is. Affirmative action. Thank you. Yeah, Blossom got it. Yeah, affirmative action. That's the one. Thank you. There it is. Yes. Affirmative action. Yes. And apparently, there it is. Affirmative action, also something called reservation, alternative access, or it's called positive discrimination, not positive racism. Sorry, it was called positive discrimination. Or positive action in various countries' laws and policies refer to a set of policies and practices within the government organization seeking to address systemic discrimination. That's what it is. And the guy who got banned still didn't get to a school after, he was just stupid. Well, no, but the thing that got banned, but it got banned in the US because it got like, bro, I saw this thing. Actually, I saw this thing recently. Dude, I cannot make this shit up. There was this Asian kid, right? He applied with a Harvard. Is it the same one? There was this Asian kid. And he had an above 4.0 average. I don't fucking know how he did it. He like had like 4.6 or some shit, or 4.8. Is that the one? He didn't get into a single university. I was like, how? Like, not a single one. You start with, so there's this Asian kid. Well, the reason I'm saying Asian kid, because we need to know that it's not a white guy. Yeah, there was this like Asian kid. I think he was either, I don't remember where he was from specific. And yeah, he got rejected in every single university. And he sued them. He's like, yo, what the fuck is this? And I sat there and I'm like, yeah, I feel like you getting rejected with those kind of grades feels, yeah, not a single one. He applied to like a lot. And he whined about it. The one that got banned only had 4.0. No, it was a dude with a higher than 4. Is 4 good or not? 4 is perfect. 4 is quote unquote perfect Fuchsia, but apparently you can get above 4, which is like some crazy shit. And that guy, he wasn't special enough agent. He was just smart. Yeah. Oh, on top of that, he also had a lot of crazy extracurricular shit. Like, apparently he had like not just honors, but he also had like he participated in these things and all that crazy. Like Harvard. But did he get rejected? He got rejected in every single one.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Hi, Circuit.
Hi. Thank you for the 3 months, and are grades different inside the US? I don't know. We go in Canada, we go by percentages. For example, in university, like, for example, I had a university that I wanted to apply for. Okay, there's a couple. Okay, if you guys know Canada, we have a couple of them. One of them. So if you guys ever heard of Waterloo, bro, you'll hear nightmare stories. So basically, if I wanted to apply for York. No, not wanted. I applied for a bunch of universities. York was like my emergency, right? Which unfortunately I went to. York Low Waterloo engineering case. Okay, Aisha knows what's up. So basically, York had like a 70% to get in. 70% average is nothing. Like it's super whatever. And the next one was UFT. 85%, but for you to actually be considered, you have to get like a 90. Before Water. Yeah, okay. Aisha, I love that meme. Waterloo, the average is 99% to even like apply. 99%, and then you have to take a test.
One.
Likely. Thank you for the 3 months. I applied to 3-1 one that offered the most money. Yeah, I'd rather camp. Yeah, it was bad. We got rejected 6 IB school. I don't know what SAT is. Like, we don't have SATs. Like, I know there's an SAT score, but I don't know what the hell that is. It doesn't matter. Also, yeah. Okay. What's going on? I'm eating. Hi, welcome to the stream. For Harvard and MIT, that's bad? Really? I thought he applied to like... Wait, I thought Ivy League... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Is that... Wait, shit. What's the party schools? Is that Ivy League? Or which one is that? I don't remember. Juniors take it. Okay. Are you supposed to have a bad grade? I don't know. Ivy League is not the party school. Oh, then what's the party school? State schools? Okay. Okay, state schools. Like Michigan, like that kind of stuff? Okay. Ivy League stuff. Oh, okay, then. Wait, so he did shit. Okay, I misunderstood them. I thought Ivy Leagues were the party schools and he got rejected all of them. Like, that's kind of bullshit. But if it's not that, then never mind. Never mind, that's actually really bad. Yeah, that's really bad. The news made it sound like he like did so well. And I'm like, okay, Ivy League I think is the one that's like a party school, right? Yeah, that's why I made the news. Was it on Twitter? No, it wasn't on Twitter. It was like he sued universities. 4.6 was pretty good though. Yeah, but not. Yeah, but like you're not gonna get into Harvard with a 4.65. Never trust the big news outlets. Oh well, I mean, I don't know much about that story. I was just talking about positive discrimination. What is it? Something we fucking... I already forgot the word. No, you absolutely will. You just need the money. Oh, of course. That is affirmative action. That's the one. Special to be the pity case. Trump's kid. Oh, dude. I saw this meme. So I saw this clip on Twitch. It was so funny. It was this Twitch streamer. And he was just streaming. And then his mom walks in the room. You guys want to know who the mom was? It was Mariah Carey. And then everybody was like, what the fuck? Your mom's Mariah Carey? You said that to me? Okay, Rosa said that to me. Yeah. I was like, what? And then people in the chat were like, being weird because everybody started finding out. They're like, oh my god, Mariah, I love you so much. He's like, oh my god, mom, please leave. Everybody's being weird. It was so funny. I felt so bad for the kid. Oh, hi, Drew. We're doing the PC. I'm just eating food. Welcome back. If you're sleeping soon, dude, no worries. We got the motherboard out of the case. We just... Yeah. Also, I was struggling with the harness again. Because she was like, hi, are you winning? Yeah, exactly. It was so funny. I may or may not be wearing socks. But I don't have a carpet, so I think it's fine. You're gonna get the zappies? Are you wearing the slippers? No, I'm not wearing the slippers. Fuck no. That's a death sentence. No. No. If I'm wearing the slippers, no, then that's a death sentence. No, we're not doing that. Fuck no. Do the slippers not have a rubber sole? It does, but I'm not risking it. No way I'm risking that. Feet pics? Okay, dude. What? Eat? Chicken breast. And a little bit of rice. I have reached my protein goal. Well, once I finish. Oh my god. Hold on. Sorry, give me a second. Why am I getting so many DMs right now? Chill! Okay, there you go. Okay, I'm back. Circuit, will you... okay, are you picky or will you kind of eat anything? I usually eat everything. Or what's a slipper? It's a slipper. Also, protein. Sorry, okay, I finished the stuff. Okay. I'm not a picky eater. I eat a lot of food. Like, I eat a lot of food. I just don't like when I eat, like, repetitive foods. But then again, some of them I can really go off. Like for example, I got you. Hold on. Mama. Yeah, roses. Yeah, you know, you got me that one. Oh, I love caviar. Are you fucking kidding me? I love caviar. Do you like Indian food? Bro, I have not tried authentic Indian food yet. I'll be honest. Like, just not yet. I don't know why. Just never got it. Yeah, I gotta try it. I'm a picky eater. Restaurant. Yeah, Fusha's a very picky eater. You fucking Richie? You like caviar? I don't know. A slipper is a thing that goes on your feet, but not like shoes. Like some things that you slip on. Okay, Rich. Here's the reason. In my home country, the country's right beside the Caspian Sea. So we get caviar up the wazoo, and it's ridiculously cheap there. Like black caviar, red caviar, so cheap. So I ate so much caviar. I love the shit out of it. Especially black one. Like red is good, and it's cheap. Like cheaper than black. But black is like, oh. Beluga caviar? I don't know which type it was. But it was always in this like little can, and I just scooped that shit up. It was so good. It was amazing. I love it. I haven't eaten caviar in years. Oh, burgers. Is caviar actually nice? I can see why people wouldn't like the texture. I really love the flavor. But the texture is very hit and miss. Like, because it's like little things that like pop in your mouth. If they're small, like it's like actual caviar, so like very big like caviar, Right, because there's like caviar that's like big eggs and small eggs. And the small ones barely like pop or like do anything. The big ones though, like they do a little bit. It can be a little bit weird. No, soccer good. Don't worry. It's a spelling error. Not gonna lie, I hate seafood. I'll be honest, I'm not a big fan. But no, that's a lie. I don't know. I mean, sushi is fantastic. I love like sashimi and shit. I love sashimi, bro. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. I love sashimi. Is it like cursed boba balls? Well, the thing is, the boba balls are like chewy. They are. They pop and then they just like, and then there's like a juice inside, and then the juice is like really, 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 like it's really delicious. Which people not because my dad was rich when I was 5, but I hated it. Cried. Honestly, I feel like every kid doesn't like caviar. Aren't you allergic to shellfish? I don't even know anymore. I'm not joking. Here's a story. I was with a friend of mine, Duckfish. They're always like around the stream usually. And we went to a place and we ate soup. And it was at a Korean place. And I saw nothing in there until I ate it. Like I kept, oh shit. Wilkie, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. You should have attached the message so TTS go off. But yeah, like, but then what happened was, as I was eating the soup, I noticed there was shrimp inside. Very small shrimp, like very, very small. I've never seen shrimp that small. And I was like, and I look at Duckfish and I'm like, oh fuck. It's like, what? I'm like, there's shrimp in here. It's like, okay. It's like, I'm allergic. And he's like, oh. Wait, holy fuck, are you sure? I'm like, well, I'm not exactly sure. It's been a while, and every time I just tried shell, I don't think I'm allergic, to be honest. I stopped eating the soup, and then I ate something else, which means, again, I didn't react to it. No EpiPen or anything. No reaction. I got the bill. I left. Still no reaction. But I'm like walking around, and I'm like, okay, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't get it. Like, I do not feel anything. But then, I don't know. I was just like, you know what? Let's just be sure. Let's just be sure about it. So, I called the ambulance. Bro, the ambulance was so fast. These motherfuckers arrived in record time. Dude, and like, they arrived fast. Like, in a lot of them. Like, the firefighters came out of nowhere. And I'm like one person. There's like 3 firefighters coming out. It's like, are you Circuit? It's like, yes. It's like, how you feeling, man? How you doing? Hey, man. Like, this person. The ambulance is coming in. Don't worry. How you feeling? You're not stressed? No? Cool. It's like, okay, tell me what you feel. Okay? Like, and they were like taking notes. Bro, I'm telling you, I called 911. They got there in 5 minutes, maybe less. I think less. Like 2 minutes, I think. And this is like downtown Toronto, so there's like traffic and small streets and whatever. Bro, they don't give a fuck. They like blocked off a street and everything. I'm like, dude, it's just little old me. It's okay. The ambulance comes in after. Then they start asking me questions, right? And I'm like, hey, I think I'm okay though. I'm not sure. I just wanted to be sure, but like I am like that. And they're like, oh, okay. So how like are you just a little allergic? And then I'm like, anaphylactic, according to the doctor. And they're like, okay, that's not a little. I'm like, I know. But they said, well, how long has it been? I'm like, it's been a while. I haven't been tested because they didn't let me. But why are they sending the fire brigade for an allergy? Because there are more firefighters around than paramedics, because there's less hospitals than fire stations. And firefighters have the tools to help somebody if they can't breathe. Like they can be like an emergency response until the EMTs come in. I know this because I used to be a lifeguard. And yeah, like basically like they come in. They're always the first ones on the scene before the ambulance comes in. So they had like a bunch of like respirators for me and all that kind of stuff, but it was fine. Can you use the jaws of lice for your trachea? Jesus Christ. Did they came in a full truck though? Yes, they did. In a full ass fire truck. There was like 5 people. There's like 4 to 5 people in that fire truck. And like 3 of them came up to me. The other 2 were like getting tools and they were just holding it. Like right behind them. They were just waiting. Circuit was a lifeguard, fan artist go. Yeah, I used to be a lifeguard, yeah. Firefighters are first responders. Yes, exactly. Baywatch Circuit go. Do you know how many times I got Baywatch? Yeah, I used to be a lifeguard. I used to wear that lifeguard stuff. Did they have a Dalmatian? They did not. That would be cool. That'd be fucking adorable. I'll be playing the shit out of that Dalmatian. I'll be gone. That's it. Like, oh, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. And that's it. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I'm dying apparently. Oh, you're a good boy. It's like... Yeah, I used to be a lifeguard. I had like like the swim trunks with like the red swim trunks. Beach lifeguard. I've been a beach lifeguard for a little bit. Like during the summer, like one summer I think. That was a nightmare. Fuck that. I used to be a lifeguard for one season at an amusement park. That borderline might be worse. Yeah, no, that's worse. And we're never finding out how his allergies. Sorry, switch the subject.
No.
Okay, sorry. I got into the hospital. I got in the ambulance. It took me to the hospital,
No.
and I chilled. And I look at the time, and again, my friend's like, "Yo, man, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry that I had to pull you." He's like, "Nope, it's okay. Better than not die." So we're just sitting there, and then I'm like sitting. I'm like, "All right." And again, if you guys don't know anything about Canada hospitals, what you don't waste in money, you waste in time. Like, and I was already seeing like a 14-hour wait time or something. So after 1 hour, like, and they basically like, they're like, okay, looks like you're fine. Just take a blood test just in case. And I asked like the paramedic a couple of questions. He answered them. I was like, okay, I feel like I'm good. And I know what an allergy reaction is because I also dealt with him as a lifeguard. So I'm like, okay, I think I'm okay. So I'm like sitting around. I'm like, okay, dude, let's just go home. I don't give a fuck anymore. It's fine. I'm not dying. So then I come up to the person, like, hey, I'm not taking the blood test. I'm just going to leave. And they're like, are you sure? Like, what if you... I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I've been sitting around. I've been doing nothing. I'm just going to go home. They're like, okay, you should, like, okay, like, how long has it been? It's like an hour. It's like, okay, yeah, I think you're fine. Okay. And then, like, well, I mean, they can't just hold me unless I'm, like, trying to, you know, kill myself or something, right? So I just walked away. And then we just went home. And it was good. So you started by my bucket list now. Okay, yeah, sorry about the lifeguard. Yeah, I had swim trunks. Like, that was usually the thing. You had swim trunks, like, with a red cross on it. Like, a little red cross on the right or left, I don't remember. It was, like, on the thigh. You know, like, and it's, like, all red. You know, that traditional one. When we went to the sushi place in Toronto, you ate, like, 2 whole shrimps. I think you brought up that you were allergic. Yeah, but I knew that the shrimp wasn't real.
No.
That was imitation shrimp. That wasn't real shrimp. Anyways. So... But yeah, so anyways, lifeguard stuff. Yeah, I had a fanny pack, that whole thing. It was fun. I remember, like, yeah, like, I'll never forget. Yo, what on earth is imitation shrimp? It's non-real shrimp. Oh, sorry, imitation crab. I'm sorry, it was imitation crab. Oh wait, yeah, that's not the same thing then. Okay, well then there you go. I'm fine then. Oh, Jesus Christ, I've been saying that wrong for like 5 years now. And I've just been eating crab like it's nothing. Oh, fuck. Oh. How did I get those two mixed up? Yeah, shrimp and crab. Oh. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It was shrimp. There's no such thing as imitation shrimp. It's imitation crab. Oh. Well, I'm not dead. That's all that matters. There's pools in Canada. Yeah, there's summer. Oh, okay, I'm alive. That's all that matters. Anyways, back to the lifeguard story. If you guys ever talk about... Yeah, because we stopped you from eating it. I think I snuck in a couple of more when you guys weren't looking. I was like, just snack one. I'm like, hey. You never see it. It was funny. I was hungry, man. I was hungry. By the way, I lied. I'm eating 2 chicken breasts. Anywho, lifeguard story. So, if you guys ever talk to a lifeguard, talk about how you got sued. I didn't get sued. They tried to. That's a different story. If you guys ever speak about, no, they tried to sue me. They couldn't. But any lifeguard that you speak to, that basically was on in the wave pools, bro, you know how much nightmare fuel they'll give you? Canada's like Alaska. Well, that's the north part. Nobody lives there. Anyways, yeah. So, in the wave pools, dude, let me tell you right now, you guys have no idea what happens in the wave pools. Let me start with this. You guys don't know genuinely how much people do drugs and alcohol and get in those wave pools. A lot. It's a lot. There was at least 2 every day. At least 2 every day. Yeah, man. Dude, people don't give a fuck. They just take the drugs and they go right in there. I'm like, what? Are you stupid, motherfucker? And like, it's a wave pool, right? There's water splashing at you. And if you guys don't know anything about, like, I threw at a wave pool, that's whatever. If throwing up at a wave pool is whatever. They just blow a whistle, everybody gets out, they clean it up, and then you get back in, and you're good to go. Whatever. Throw some chlorine on it, move on. Like, alcohol? Everyone was drunk. Yeah, and you did it sober, Roses. Now imagine drunk. Like, drunk? Here's the thing, is that you guys don't know. This is the most terrifying thing you'll ever see. Is that, as a lifeguard, is if you ever see a person drinking, you know how, like, when people go into the pool and they're drowning, right? So when they drown, they struggle, right? They start, like, splashing their hands around and shit. Oh, no, I'm drowning. Help me, right? Oh, help me, right? You'll see it. You'll see it. No problem. You want to know how a drunk guy drowns? He just goes in. And that's it. They just slowly into the water. Like some sort of fucking alligator. In the water, and that's it. And now imagine that on a beach. The beach. Never had that happen. They just fall asleep. Bro, they just don't... It's not even that. They don't notice that stuff happening to them. Because they're so, like, you know, they're gone. Okay, that's natural selection. That's not... No, but listen, man. We can talk about natural selection all day long, but that's not something kids should be seeing at a freaking wave pool. I'll say that. Yeah, it was messed up. I had to pull out a baby once. That was messed up. The baby was fine, actually. It wasn't that messed up. That's a lie. The baby was actually, like, the baby was just coughing a bit. It's just the mom panicked really hard. Because the mom fucking slipped the baby and the baby fell into the pool. Because the wave hit her. I think at least. The wave hit her. And then the baby kind of just, whoop, like, out of the hands. And I think, like, me and one guy caught it really fast. And I was closer, so I caught the baby first. Like, we both, like, whistled and we jumped. And I want to point out, when we jump, I want to point out, the wave pools that you have to jump into, you jump from a pretty decently high height. And there's a bunch of people in there. So you gotta be, like, aiming and shit. So I'm like, oh, fuck. Okay, all right, in we go. It was not great. So we got the baby. I did a little bit of CPR, but it didn't take long. Like, it didn't take much. Why are you taking your baby anywhere when you're away? Because parents are stupid as motherfuckers, man. I swear to God, these parents are so fucking dumb. They're insane. They're like, let's go have fun. And they just grab their baby and they're like, it's okay, I'll hold you tight. And guess what? The wave hits you. And then, oops. It's like a fumble. It's like fumbling a football. Like, imagine if you guys ever watch American football and, like, how, like, sometimes they get hit and the football just flies out. It's like that. It's exactly what happens. Like, boink, and that's it. Baby gone. And that's it. It's like, oh, where's the baby? And we're like, oh my God. And we're just going in because we see the baby, right? Because, again, if you're over, you see more until you get into the water, right? They don't see it at all. On the baby's heart, because I remember taking a class on it. Yeah, what you have to do is if it's an infant, you hold it with one hand and you turn it over. So what happens is that the body is sitting on your forearm. The head is sitting on your arm. Like, you're basically, like, grasping, like, you're gripping the face of the baby. And then you basically just like put your arm downwards. So the baby's, like, somewhat upside down, like slanted downwards. And then you just, like, start, like, hitting the back. Well, that's for choking, but I didn't want to do CPR. Yeah, so I didn't do CPR. I just did choking, right? That was just choking. It's like we can't even call the Heimlich maneuver anymore, I'm pretty sure. It's like, I think the fucking guy, like, said, no, stop taking my term or whatever. I did that first, and the baby splat all the water and, like, started breathing. So I was like, okay, thank God. Because doing actual CPR, you hold it upwards, and then you, like, I think you take, like, 2 fingers. I don't remember. But you take 2 fingers, and you do, like, the CPR, but you do it with your fingers. You don't do it with your whole hand because the baby's, like, soft and, like, you know. Yeah, 2 fingers. Okay, Aisha's right. So yeah, you took 2 fingers and you do it, right? You're not allowed to do no, you're allowed to do the Heimlich maneuver. You're just not allowed to call it the Heimlich anymore. It's just called, like, a chest, like, a chest compression. No, not a chest compression. I forgot what it was called. It was some weird. Don't you also have to do it through their nose too? Only if it's obstructed. You only blow through the nose if anything is obstructed and you can't get it out. So basically how it works is that this is with people too. This is normal people as well. What you do is you actually, do you blow through? I don't think you blow through the nose unless, like, Yeah, I don't think so. I'll double check. I'm actually curious now, but I don't think so. I remember you have to blow through the nose if there's nothing in the mouth, right? Because and if it is, you gotta like scoop that shit out, which is gross. I'm glad I never have to do that. But yeah, you have to like hit hard. That was babies and animals you do through the nose. I don't remember. Animals? Okay, I don't know anything about animals. That's a new one. Okay, I don't know anything about dogs. I don't know anything about that. I do remember something with noses, but I don't know. It's been a very long time. Maybe we weren't taught that. Let me check. I'm actually curious. Lifeguard, baby CPR. How to perform with a child, baby CPR. Okay, this is the American Red Cross. What do they say? For a baby, stand and kneel to the side of the baby with your hips at a slight angle. Yeah, okay. 30 compressions. And then what do you do? A one-handed CPR. Okay, and then 2 breaths. Right, so for a child. That's for a baby, neutral position. Okay. It says mouth here. It doesn't say nose. So, I don't know. It does not say nose. It says mouth here. Because I was not taught nose. Unless it's like obstructed. But I think like it never got there because you have to like dig through and like get the stuff out. If you're struggling. I think it depends where you learned it. I think it depends. 1980s Macintosh? Okay, Blossom, that's the funniest shit I've heard in a while. That's kind of funny, I'll be honest. Anywho, yeah. So, but yeah, I used to be a lifeguard. I had that buoy, you know that buoy that goes across your arms? And those red shorts and a fanny pack in the middle. Yeah, I had all that. It was so funny. I was not nearly as jacked as I am. Like, I think I'm... Compared to me today, what I was before, I'm pretty jacked. I think I'm like average right now. But like back then, bro, I was fucking skinny as shit. The only thing I had going for me is because I was really tall. What is in those fanny packs? It's usually... So, it's a couple of things. One... No, I don't have a jellyfish situation. Oh, I know you... No, fuck that. So... It's a prohibited practice here in Australia? Really? Really? That's new. Are you sure? Because they just renamed it. I think they just not allow you... Because like, what do you do instead when somebody's choking, right? You're supposed to do like a behind, like you go behind them and you like, you know, press into them like upwards in their sternum, like right below it, right? Because that's the Heimlich. We're just not allowed to say it anymore. Anywho, you do upward back hits. Well, you're supposed to do both. I'm gonna look into that too. I'm curious. Huh. I'm gonna look into that. Okay. Anyways, yeah, sorry. So in the fanny pack, there's a couple of things. So one, there's like actual first aid stuff. So thinking of like, there's bandages. Or, sorry, not not bandages. What's it called? Yeah, bandages. Yeah. Bandages. There's like, not safety scissors, but like scissors specifically for like cutting bandages. It's weird. It's like, think of like scissors, but at the ends, not like where you're cutting, but at the top part, it like goes perpendicular. So there's that. There's so medical scissors. Yeah, it's that. Yeah, it's medical scissors. Yeah, so there's that. Bane's AIDS. What the fuck? There's a mask. Oh yeah, sorry. Not like a mask for like, you know, COVID or whatever, not that. It's there's this like how do I explain it? There's this like I'm trying to remember. Air mask? It's like an air mask, but it's weird. It's think of like an oxygen mask, but when you put it, basically how it works is you put it over the person's face, and then there's like a tube. And you, instead of like, you know, blowing into the mouth, you blow into the tube because it goes into the mask and then those. A one-way valve mask, thank you. And the whole point is that, no, not with a pump, like you blow into them. And the whole point is that it goes through the mouth and nose, and if they puke, it doesn't go at you, right? You don't like end up like, you know, getting puked on. There's that. Shit, there was something else. Hold on. There was Yeah, it's like a little tube. It doesn't go inside the mouth. Like, it doesn't go inside their mouth. It just sticks out and you, like, blow into it. It's that. You're a medic? Okay, so you know... Okay, perfect. The Blossom can back me up with this. Where does the puke go? It just goes, like, against the mask, and then you just pull the mask out. You, like, take the mask out, and you let them puke. You just turn them all onto the side, and then they start puking out. Fuck. It just slipped my mind. There was something else in there that was important. Fuck, what was it? It was a... What was it? Gloves. Oh my fucking god. How did I forget? The blue gloves. There's the blue gloves. Yeah, the valve kicks in so any backflow stop. Yeah, it's like one of those. It's like, if you guys ever had gas masks or seen how gas masks work, it's kind of like that. Because, like, when you breathe in, it goes through the filters, but when you breathe out, the flap opens and the breath comes out. And then when you stop doing it, the flap closes in. It's that. But, like, the other way. Because, you know. Yeah. Blue gloves, obviously, because you need to have gloves. All this fitting in a tiny fanny pack. Bro, that fanny pack? Oh, good night, Misha. Bro, that fanny pack is not tiny. I'll tell you that. They're pretty spacious. Yeah, gloves. I actually think that's it. I don't remember. I feel like there's something else in there. Yeah, they are pretty compact. And hand sanitizer? I don't think there was any hand sanitizer in ours. We were able to, like, put hand sanitizer in there, but usually not. Because again, why would you have hand... No, there is no hand sanitizer because we use gloves. That's the whole point of the gloves. Yeah, there's no hand sanitizer there. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any. Can't be too safe. Well, what do you mean too safe? With what, yourself? You go wash your hands. You take off the gloves, you go wash your hands. Sunscreen and whistle? Oh, there was sunscreen. Right. But the whistle's on you, right? But it's not usually in there. But sunscreen is like... Yeah, that's not medical, but it well, no, it's not in there. No. Sunscreen's not in there, too. EpiPens? No, we do not have EpiPens. EpiPens are expensive, man. You can't just give them out. That's why people need to... I mean, clean as possible. Go wash your hands. Take a shower if you need to. You're there to save a person, not to be fucking clean. Right? That's the point. Like, it's dirty business. Like, it's... Like... You just gotta be okay with it. Lifeguards aren't cleared for EpiPens. Yeah, we know how to use them, but... Well, we can still apply... We can still administer them. We can. But we don't have them. Because... I don't know... But we are... Like, we are cleared to use EpiPens. Like... If we need to, right? But if the person can do it themselves, they do it themselves. If not, we can do it for them. But we have to... I think we have to get permission, though. I don't remember. I think you have to verbally be like, yo, I need to use this. Can I use this? But I don't remember. Sometimes we just, like... choose. I'm not sure. I think it has to be very obvious. There's EpiPens everywhere in the US, dude. Dude, they're expensive. EpiPens are not free. Even in Canada, they're not free. Why are you frozen? I mean... Also, EpiPens are heat sensitive, so it's impractical to carry them. Well... yes and no, because you can always put them somewhere else. There's a weird rule. If you put in their hand on it and guide them, it's fair game. I think it's also... Yeah, guide them, sure, but I remember something about that. But I think if they're unable to do it, and you know, like, 100% is an allergy, you can administer it. You're watching him stream while you're streaming. The fuck? But nevertheless, yeah, it's But yeah, so... Oh, what was I saying? Hi, Raptor. Yeah, I'm eating. That's why I just decided to freeze it there. Sorry, this chicken is really hard to... It's really annoying to chew. EpiPens, yeah. Yeah, and they expire, by the way. I think Rosa said expire. Yeah, they're just... It's not logistically proper. Right? Because... Right, it just, like, it's expensive, it expire, they're sensitive. And it's also a needle, which is, like... that even if it's in like a container, like, you know, the actual like thing itself. I don't know how true this is, but I don't know. Maybe people get fucking high off of EpiPens, right? Or maybe kids can steal some shit. Yeah, there's a lot of problems that can go with it. An auto-inject needle at that? Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if you can get hit high from EpiPens. I actually have no idea. Because this EpiPen's supposed to be just like... Yeah, I don't know. It's adrenaline. Yeah, I don't think people can like get addicted to it, but I'm not sure. What I miss? Oh, I'm eating still. But to me, it's like I can see people stealing it, you know? I thought it was like a steroid. I thought it was a steroid. It's not, because adrenaline is adrenaline. Steroid is different. At least I think. I don't know. We have a paramedic here. They can probably tell you. You can also make your heart explode. Yeah. Which again, another reason why we can't just have it, because what if we make a bad call? Right? But if a person has one, then it lowers the chance, because okay, there's a person that has it. You know they have it for a reason. Not just like, oh hi. Have fun, Rosie. Epiphrine. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, it's not a steroid? Okay. I thought epiphrine was a form of a... I don't know. It was weird. I don't know. I just know that you're supposed to use it for allergies. That's it. That's all I know. I don't know the specifics. I just know it's epiphrine. And you use it for allergies. The rest, the paramedics can do it. Because we're calling 911 and the paramedics can handle the rest, dude. If you lose consciousness... Or if you, like, if you lose consciousness or if you need to use an EpiPen, bro, 911's already being called. Like, it's automatically, like, assume 911's already being called. Even if the person gets up after being, like, unconscious, it doesn't matter. Oh, no, sorry, yeah, he's fine after, like, passing out. No, like, paramedics are on their way. You know? But yeah, we don't have like splints. At least I don't think we have splints. I don't remember. But I don't think we have splints. We do have a defibrillator kit. Well, actually it depends. At least the place that I worked at usually had defib kits. You know, and that's not something you want to be using. Well, it's not even that. You're going to use it, but if it actually goes off, yeah, sweat's going to start going down a little bit. Because that means that person's heart either stopped completely or the person has irregular heartbeat, which is not great. No, wait, no, it doesn't. I don't think it goes off when your heart. No, your heart. No, it doesn't go off when your heart is not working. That's a lie. It only goes off if the heart is like not working properly, like if it's going irregular, like arrhythmia and shit. Because what the defib does, sorry, what the defib does, AFib. Oh, okay, I don't know, whatever. The freaking defibrillator. Defibrillator, it literally will stop your heart if it's like, yo, this heart's fucked up, we gotta like restart it. But basically, it turns it off and you have to do CPR to turn it on. That's why it's a little bit stressful, because you're like, okay. Yeah, that's my bad. It won't shock no heartbeat, because that's how you're supposed to do CPR on it. But if it's like arrhythmia or some shit like that, yeah, it turns it off and you gotta turn it back on. And you're like, and if it goes off, then you know what happened. And you're like, okay. How do you guys know so much? Because we were trained on it. And then we got paid minimum wage after going through like 3 different certifications and got paid jack shit for it. Hilarious. I will tell you this right now, guys. Do not be a lifeguard, because it's too stressful for way too little money. Way too little money, bro. And also it's very, 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 very overfilled. Like there's like I feel like everybody and their mother is a lifeguard at this point. It's kind of hard to find a job. That's what they gotta yell clear. Yeah. What's minimum wage? Not enough. That's what, especially for the job. Yeah, they're all this trained to be a teacher. Well, teacher's aid makes sense though, because if a kid fucks up, you're there. You gotta make sure that you can at least hope, because kids are kind of dumb, right? Also, but adults are pretty dumb too, to be fair. But yeah, man. No, being a lifeguard sucked. It didn't suck too much, to be fair. You know, you're in a nice place. It's just really hot. Even with an umbrella, or sometimes not an umbrella outside, it's bad. It's like, you're just there and you're like, ugh. U.S. medics get shot for minimum. I'm sorry, U.S. medics get minimum wage? Get that, Leonia? Wait, U.S. medics get minimum... What? Like paramedics? Because doesn't water reflect heat like a motherfucker? Well, yeah, but it's also just really hot outside. I don't have upper body strength to be a lifeguard. You don't need it. Leisha, I'm telling you this right now. You don't need upper body strength. You make 30... Really? What the fuck? Are you serious, Blossom? How does the police get paid horribly? They're like the most funded sector. How are they put... What? What? My swing just... Yeah, okay. You need... Because here's the thing. The only thing you need to... The hardest thing that a lifeguard will do, which I did once, by the way, is the worst thing. It's called a spinal injury. Because if a person gets a spinal injury, and when I say spinal injury, it means like it's so bad they passed out. It's like usually it's like they hit something really hard, and they're now floating on top of the water unconscious. Because here's the problem: you can't just pull them out. You can't just do that. Because if you do it, you'll fuck up the spine even more. So you have to be the gentlest motherfucker in the world to get them out of the water very slowly. If their face is down, you know what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to clasp them with both your hands on their face and the forearm on the chest. This is important. The chest part is important. You're supposed to clasp their back and their chest with your hands, right? Just think of like squeezing something. I finished my food. I'm going to show you guys. Hold on. All right, done. All right, let me pull out my mouth. Hold on. I'll be back. Alicia, your minimum wage is $17? That's really good, actually, for minimum wage. Did you have anybody seizure in the wave pool? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That is one of the most common things you see. Actually. Seizure is actually way too common. Because a heat stroke can cause a seizure. Now you get why. But, again, yeah. Lowy, that's pretty lit, actually. Okay, I ate my food. I'm gonna put my plate away. Okay, I'm back. All right. Okay. Okay, let's turn my camera back on. Takes a while to turn on. Give me a second. Okay, and that's my toe. I love it here, baby. Let's fucking go. Alright, we should be A-okay now. Right? No? No? No. 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 Oh, what if I restart the camera? Aha. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm back. Okay, yeah. And sorry, yeah, just to quickly say about the thing about the lifeguards is that if somebody gets a spinal injury, this is the worst one. You guys are gonna hate the fuck out of this. So basically what happens is that if a person gets spinal injury and passes out, and of course we have ads in a minute. Of course we do. They're like floating, right? But you can't just pull them out of the water. So what you have to do is you have to grab their mouth and the back of their head. Like this and like that. The mouth is in the water, back of the head. And you basically do this. You clasp them like this. And then you move them forward. Right? You just take them and you basically like think of if I'm on this side, right? You clasp them and you're like moving them forward, right? Basically you want them to start floating forward. And then as you're going, you go into the water and you like flip them. Like you're basically just like doing this. You're trying to make sure their upper body and their head, especially their head, doesn't do this. And their body doesn't do it as much. And you're supposed to do it very gently because of water. If you have a second person, they grab the hips and they do it with you. Fuck me, dude. Also, we have ads. Give me a bit. What's sexuality? Buy or pad? Choose one. I don't know. I'm one of them. Alright. Flow like a kayak is hilarious. Because you don't have a choice. It's funny, but it also sucks because... Because, like, it's bad. It's bad. It's like... Because you're like, okay, let's make sure this guy doesn't fucking not be paralyzed or dies. But also, we also need to make sure he doesn't drown. The queers. What's going on? Are we queering it up? With the fam? The fuck am I saying? Where's the box? I'll just use the power box. There you go. I'll put it here. Did it take an hour to eat 2 chicken breasts? Well, I was also talking. Hello? I forgot. Okay. So yeah, being a lifeguard, but I'll be honest, like being a lifeguard is not worth it. But it's a fun experience. I'll say that. See y'all in like 3 minutes. Okay. There's the plate. There's this. There's this. Where's the screws? No screws. Okay. Okay. This part. I'll be back. Hold on, I'll be back. What parts do you recommend people to avoid, like the plague from meets Aces? That's really? Aces is fine from my end. I had no problems with Aces in my life. I'll be back. I get the fuck. Alright. I have a stock fan cooler because I forgot. But I think it'll be fine. And we're back? Are we back? And he's gone. I'm back! I'm back! Jesus. Alright.
man, you want to play some ping pong? Sure, let's do it.
Aw. Simoleon. Simo, thank you for the gifted. Bro, no, I'm at 6/7. Huh? Okay, how do I... Oh, you're at ads? Oh, I see. Well, we're waiting, don't worry. Let the processor go. Okay. You did it, buddy. Good job. Thank you. What did I do? I didn't do shit yet. Well, I'm confused why I didn't get ads. Honestly, just take it as a W. Okay. Alright. So this is a 3700X. Ads just do their own thing. Yeah, they really just do their own thing. I need a card. Okay. I am so sorry to this person, but I need your card for a second. All right. There you go. That's good. Okay. So you're going to say nice shit to the other mods? Oh, give me a second. Jesus. My bad.
Hey man, you want to play some ping pong? Sure, let's do it.
Yeah, seems fine. Likely thank you for the gifted to sock. Thank you for reposting my art on Twitter. That meant a lot. Oh yeah, no problem. Of course. It was nice, dude. What do you mean? I should be thanking you for drawing the art, man. Not the opposite. Thank you. Thank you for drawing me, and I love seeing artists. Okay. Who am I thinking next? I don't know. Can we go? I mean, let's think Polly. I don't know if Polly's here, so. Wow, that's weird. That'll be fun. Polly, if you hear this, thank you so much for being the first. Hold on. This way. Thank you for being the first moderator that I had, I think. Give or take. Thank you for taking on so many tasks. And thank you for just being a good friend and not fucking me over when I gave you literally all the power for the Discord server because I'm not even a server owner there anymore. And it has been like that for almost a year. So thank you for letting things run smoothly. Thank you for being a very good friend. Thank you for believing in me. Because you were there when I was only at like 10 viewers. Even less, probably. And you just said like, dude, I believe in you, man. You're going to make it big. And now here I am. Way bigger than before. Because I didn't even make TikToks at the time. And you just believed in me. And it was nice. It made me feel... I don't know. It was nice to have somebody believe in me. So... thank you so much. All right. The Horizon is inside. All right. The next thing so now I have to install this thing. So I do have. So this thing does have. So the what's it called? It does have a little bit inside on it. Redo Sovas. I didn't even do Sovas properly. But yeah. But yeah, Sova. Thank you also for being a very good friend. Thank you for... how do I even explain this properly? I'm sorry, give me a second. I'm stressing out. Oh my god, can you get off? That is a huge dot. Holy fuck, that is a huge dot. You guys see that? Look at that. That is way too much, yeah. It just kept coming out. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like trying to like get it out. Oh my god, I feel so bad for ruining this card. But yeah, so thank you for like being a good friend and thank you for being very like thoughtful. And despite like... And also kind of like Jelly as well, thank you for just letting me be like a little bit more relaxed. And thank you for like kind of motivating me to do art. And thank you for also filling in our quota. Thank you for also being a good diversity hire. I think a little bit more. There you go. There you go. Okay. He won't give me a cookie, bro. I don't think you want a cookie with my hand. I'm also gonna say thank you to Major because Major's in the call as well. Not call. In the chat as well. Because Major has been also a very long time friend. And not only that, but also oh fuck, hold on. But also a long time like follower. And on top of that, Major was also one of the very few people that kind of signal boosted me, and I didn't even know who Major was at the time. And then Major just decided to like send people to work like my way. You know, super nice. And on top of that, just being a very good friend. I was able to just talk to Major all the time. And I guess thank you for like picking up my call when I called you, even though it was like the weirdest shit ever probably. Because you were like, why the fuck are you calling me? And I'm like, I don't know, I got bored. I want to talk to you. And you're like, okay. So thank you for that. And I guess thank you for drawing all those lewds of me. Not. So much porn. Public beheading for no cookies. Oh, fuck off. Come on. Okay. All right. Now what? I have to remember how to do this. It's been a long time. Fuck. I don't remember how to install this properly. Give me a second. Oh my god, I don't know how this works. I actually don't know how this works, chat. Just aware that Braden's going live, unfortunately. What's all Braden going live? Is that a bad thing? What do you do? What the fuck am I looking at? Ask Braden if he's bored. I can just put him into the call. What the fuck is going on? I'm mega confused right now. What is that? It's a heat sink and a fan. It's a cooler. I just don't get it. What was every life calls you harassing? Yeah. Bro, thank the mods. Bro, give me a second. I'm trying to figure... Can somebody help me out with this? Hold on. Something's not right. Hold on. Something's not right. Hold on. I'm very confused right now. Give me a second. Where's my other motherboard? How did I lose another motherboard? Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. How did I lose the motherboard? Where'd it go? The bed? Oh my god, it was blending in. Holy shit. I found it. Yeah, where the fuck is that? Because there's like some pieces and shit. Oh, it's a different heatsink. Oh. God, I'm very confused right now. Give me a second. For father, how are y'all? Hi, Finster. Chat, I don't know what I'm doing here. This is weird. This is confusing me. How does this work? What is this latch? It latches onto something. This is a different system. What is this? Hold on. Shit. Also, Echo, please ask Joe what the fuck was with that 9/11 stuff. That was funny, but what the fuck? Oh, does it just latch onto this? Interesting. Hold on. It does. It does. I think this is part of it. The fuck? I've never seen this. Does it need a backplate? I don't think it does. I thought it did. Usually they all do. I know. I'm a little full on hands right now, but I'm trying to figure this out as well. Yeah, I think this is a latch. And it stays like this. Okay, let me screw this back in. I've never seen this
You
before.
hide it forever. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Oh, no message. Aisha, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, darn, I drew the Twin Towers when I was 11. You drew the Twin Towers when you were 11? Were the Twin Towers even up 11 years ago? They made you? That's even worse. That's somehow even worse. Good luck with your PC. Thank you, Aisha. Girl, how old is Echo? I don't know. I actually have no idea how old Echo is. Because I forgot. Again. My bad. I forgot! Sue me! Wait, what? No, hold on. What's your opinion on Noctua fans? Very good. I love Noctua. Yeah, because it's Echo when they were 11. Not 11 years ago when Echo was 11. How old is Echo now versus Echo being at 11? It happened in 2001. Oh my god. Not 11 years ago. They were 11 years old. How much is it? When is 11 years old? That's what you said. Okay, you know what I mean. But you're literally trying to justify like it was... I'm not doing this. I hate this fucking person. Do math. What math? Well, I don't know what I'm subtracting to. Sorry, Katie. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I love Chips Ahoy. And the blue package is good. Echo said they just did it after 9/11. Thank you, Lazarus. Thank you, Lazarus, for being the only person in this fucking chat that has the proper answer. Do math. What math? What am I subtracting with? Come on, X minus fucking... Oh my god. X minus... Like, it's literally 2001 minus X. What the fuck is X? Figure it out. Give us cookies. My hands are dirty. Could they do a 9/11 drawing before 9/11? It was literally a drawing of the Twin Towers. I literally said it was a drawing of the Twin Towers, and I said, was that before or after 9/11? And the answer I got, why am I doing this? 35. Thank you, Lazarus. Okay, see, now I can do the math. Oh. Rat Soup, welcome to the stream. Do you work out? I do work out. Oh, fuck. Ow, I'm sore. Okay, let's not do that again. Okay, so I'm very sore. Holy shit. Give me a bit. I fucked it up on chest day. Is this bent? No, it isn't. CPU fan. Alright. So if this goes this way, like that, right? Alright, so I just want to double check. So, if this goes here, like that, how do we want to hold it? Like this? Or probably like this. I feel like it's a little fucky-wucky here. I don't like this latch. It's really odd. But it works. I mean, if it works, right? I guess. Oh, I see. Okay. So this one first. Yeah. This is creeping me out. I don't like this. Like this? Like this? I think so. Fuck, but I'm putting it sideways. What the fuck? It's going like this, not like this. I'm very confused. I think this one goes first, actually. Yeah, this one goes first. Okay. And then I put it here.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Just put it in the square hole, duh.
What the fuck is happening? Oh no. Who said that? I shouldn't put in the square hole. Oh fuck. I think I fucked it up. No, I got it right the first time. I got it right the first time. Okay. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I do that side first, then I do the other side, and I latch it on. It's okay, I'll just put a little bit again. Just a tiny bit, though. Just a tiny bit. There you go. That's enough. That's not even a pea size. Fuck off. There. Fuck off. Okay, so I think they're interconnected. They're interconnected. That's why. It's a piece of metal that goes from left to right. Okay. So now, I leave it open like this, right? Yeah. This way. Okay. There. You gotta be fucking kidding me. That son of a bitch. It's really not going in. It's not latching on the other side. Oh, got it. Okay. And then we just twist this thing. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Don't break it. Don't break it, circuit. Done. Okay. Wow, that is hella fucking secure. Yeah, don't be ashamed. Whoever said that, don't be ashamed of like how much weight you put up. It actually doesn't even. Sometimes it doesn't even matter how much weight you put, as more of your technique and like mind muscle connection and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, don't stress out. That's not important. Okay. CPU installed. The most stressful part is done. Okay, so chat, remind me, 2 and 4 or 1 and 3? Let me see. Oh, it actually tells you 2 and 4. Yeah, 2 and 4 first. So it says do this one and okay, this one doesn't go down. It says do this one and this one. Okay. Okay. Okay, done. RAM's installed. All right. Circuit Damien is unhappy you watching this. What do you want me to do? I'm trying my best here. Do my best. All right. So, okay. So now I gotta remember. So we have this installation. We have SATA cables. This. Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave this alone right now. Now we're gonna leave this alone. All right. And now here comes the worst part. At least in my opinion. Also, I've never seen a latch system like that on a CPU thing. Like, genuinely, I've never seen that. Okay. That desk mat is awesome. Thank you. What the fuck is this music? I mean, for Arios, it is techie music, so. The tuna song! Found it. I read the chat the worst time. Did you change out the IO shield? No, my brother lost the IO shield. Because this is my brother's computer before. So at least I have a new IO shield. Because I got a new motherboard. But he lost the old one, so it was just this empty hole. It was pretty fucked. Okay. Okay. It's done. Pull this motherfucker out. All right. PSU's out. New PSU. Ugh. Fuck is a sticker made out of, man? Hell? There we go. Holy shit. Alright. Some random shit. The actual PSU itself, which I think is modular. Yes, it is. God bless. And then all the stuff in here. All right. Beautiful.
Please clean that frame first, the dust I swear. I'm begging, clean first.
I don't have anything to clean it with right now. I don't know. You want to do wave it off like in like a little thing? Oh my god. Yeah, let me go get a feather duster. That's a genius idea. Oh, I have a vacuum cleaner. No, wait. You know what? I'll just wipe it. No, that's a bad idea, too. I need a fucking thing. No, not soap and water. That's a terrible idea. Yeah, not soap and water. Yeah, vacuum. Well, that's the only thing I can think of. I'm sorry. Soap and water is crazy. I don't know. I can... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, vacuum is the best thing I can think of. Yeah, hold on.
Hey man, you wanna play some ping pong? Sure, let's do it!
Man, there was this fucking toolbox, dude. Whoa, what happened? Do not use a vacuum. It seems like a bad idea. The static. Well, dude, it's either that or too bad. You guys all literally said vacuum. Get a cloth. That's worse. Yeah. Sorry, give me a second. Hold on. We just ask messaging me.
Well, you already knew that.
Yeah.
You still live a life that you dread.
Yeah.
Get a bowl of water and a washcloth and make the cloth lightly damp and use that.
Bro, that's a terrible idea. We can't use water. Yeah, I need compressed air. I don't have any compressed air. There's no way I'm using water, dude. Why would it be in a box full of stuff? It's like a toolkit. Are you talking about the one with the VR case thing? Okay, well that's all there. Yeah, it's not. I don't think. Well, I don't know. Chat, I had this cool kit with a bunch of like screwdrivers, microfiber cloth. I don't think I have a microfiber cloth. Dear God, what happened? Fusha's just walking around without his face, so he's Fusha, it's fine. It's fine, dude. I don't care. Yep. It's okay. I don't care. Just take this. Just take this vacuum cleaner. It's okay. There you go. I don't care. It's fine. You just turn on the vacuum cleaner. Okay, it's I'm just gonna continue. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Thank you. Alright. Turn the camera back on. Sorry, I'm just a little bit frustrated because I can't find this toolkit that I exactly needed to like install some things. So there goes that. I'm not vacuuming, chat. I'm not vacuuming. Too bad. You're gonna have to live with dust. It is what it is. I love how this hard drive is just fucking dangling around everywhere. Like wonderful. Dust is better than static. Yeah, like it's fine. It can cause problems, dude. I'll deal with it when I have to deal with it. This is supposed to be installed like this. You see that? And all I need is a screw. And this kit that I had fucking screws. Where'd that screw go? Like, where'd that case go? I don't know. Because whenever I need something, it always disappears. It just fucks right off. Don't know why. Just leaves. Because I need something, the world tells me, go suck a dick. And that's it. And then I have to just accept that. I have to accept the world just pounding me in the ass. It's okay. It is what it is. Just gotta accept it and move on. Man. Dust isn't nearly as bad as stat. Stat kills everything. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's okay. We just, don't worry about it. Okay. Where's the motherboard? Alright. So. Let's, Oh, wait. I have to put a plate on it first, right? Yeah, hold on. Where's the plate? There you go. Ugh. I don't want to hold it. Yeah? Ugh. Yeah, there it is. That's the kit. Hold on. Oh my god. Hold on. Yeah, bring it over. The camera's pointing down. Thank you. We should found it. Where was it? Laundry? Got it. Okay, thank you. Wonderful. We found the thing, chat. Circuit, pull the circuit. Okay. Alright. Alright, now gently place it. Firmly grasp it. Wait, what am I doing? I don't screw this too. My arms are so tired. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here for now. PC gore! So open this. We gotta open this thing. Mods, do you think it's a good idea to turn on song requests for memes? Or no? What do you think? Thoughts? Song recommendations, yeah. I saved the world again. Is it this one? No, it's this way. The Sound of Silence? No, because it's DMCA. We can't play DMCA music, guys. What the fuck? Okay, are we good? Oh. There we go. Alright. There we go. What's the thing you hated most about PC building and why? It's like the same reason I'm working on cars. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's the whole like Butterfinger shit. When you work on like very small things, BIOS flashing, well, that's whatever. What I really don't like is working on small things, like small screws, right? Then they fall down and they just fuck right off to the to the ends of the world. And you're like, okay, now I'm getting frustrated, right? That kind of stuff. It's mega giga annoying. Right, and same thing with a car, right? Like you're like doing something, like you're like reaching in and you're like screwing something in and some shit, right? And then when you do that, and then it's like, oh, but then something can fuck up, and then boom, boom, now it's all gone. Bro, fuck this thing. Bro, I will install this later. I will install you later. Okay, wait a minute. Why can't I just latch the sound like this? Right? Yeah, there you go. What the fuck is going on? How do I put this thing on? Hold on. What the fuck is going on? Is it supposed to just sit like that? Right? Okay. And then what? Oh my god. What the fuck is going on? It should pop into the motherboard or the case, because I've put it in the case, but there's like all these like little notches and shit. And I'm like, eh. Hold on. Sir, sorry I missed your call. You're good, dude. You're sleeping? The whole day? Should point towards the motherboard. Yeah, the point towards the motherboard is just, they're just not cooperating very well. I don't know why. Bro, fuck me, man. Oh my god, come on. Yeah, okay. I think I understand. Oh wait, no PC? Well, this is one PC. Get him in the call. Do you want to get in the call, dude? I'm giga down. There you go, I lined it up. I'm surprised Anga isn't an honorary mod. I don't think you guys want him to be a mod. Also, anyways, Echo, your turn. He won't mod me. You got VIP. Suck it the fuck up. Like, bro, suck it up, man. Took years for VIP. No, it didn't. It did not take you years for VIP. Stop lying. He would drag us all to hell. Yeah, there's no fucking way. For the sake of everybody's health and not wanting to get banned for no fucking reason, I don't think Unga is a good idea. Why did you time out Moogle? We have Jelly. Okay, well, Jelly's not exactly doing a good job either right now. He's not really proving the point. What the fuck is your problem? What? I'm fine. See, this is the stuff I don't like about building PCs. It's the little, like, let me put this little screw in here, and then let me put this little thing there, and then the fucking, like, little screw fucks off nowhere, and then you spend, like, half the day trying to find it. Like, fuck you, man. Good lord. Like, how the fuck am I gonna put this plate in? Like, how? How? Wait, do I pop it in this way? Can I? Oh my god. Anyways. Echo, thank you for being a good mod and a good friend. Thank you for kind of like also teaching me a lot of things about content creating as well. Just when it comes to, like, I'm getting fucking pissed off. Thank you for kind of like teaching me the ropes and shit. Well, not even ropes, more like warning signs of things that I should be aware of, and just in general being a good friend of like you know, caring. You know, sometimes you're an absolute fucking nightmare. But you know, it is what it is. Also, good night, Roses. How many child points for Topic? Dude, shut the fuck up. I swear to God. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You try to silence me? I tried. It didn't work. What is happening? What is happening? Did you download more RAM? Yes, I did. All right. You guys know that feeling when you're like zoning out? So you like your eyes start unfocusing and you're getting like tired? I feel like that right now. But it's from like my sheer rage. Oh, all right. Yeah, it's the dissociate. I'll go just call him. On Discord? What, is he calling me? Hold on. I'll just call him right now. Hold on. Where's my mouse going? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him.
Are you gonna call me? Hello?
Yeah, hey. Stupid motherfucker.
I wanted you to look down.
Why?
Something was hanging out of your pants.
Whoa, my big fucking dick? What?
You looked. What a loser. He looked.
God. Hate this guy. Adult circuit. Okay.
It was too late. They couldn't stop you.
I don't get it. What is it supposed to mean?
I don't know. You got a big package.
Thanks, man. Nice cock.
Are you saying that to me or yourself?
Well, not to me. I'll say that.
I thought you loved yourself that way.
Dude, I'll... No.
Dude, the physics.
Fuck!
Hey, you don't...
Yeah, here we go.
You drop.
Baby, come here.
Where'd it go? I got it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I got it.
Come here.
Oh, you sound pretty cute. You sound cute with your dog, man.
You think I can't be cute?
Not at all.
That's racism.
How is that racism? Exactly. Shut the fuck up. You stupid motherfucker. How are you, man? How's your nap?
That was good.
Is it good?
I got to sniff my dog's Fritos.
Your dog's Fritos? I'm sorry?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I take long whiffs of my dog's body.
Yeah, that's fair. Dogs smell fun. They smell like innocence and happiness.
Smells like shampoo.
Okay, that too, I guess, yeah. Why is this one not fitting? What the fuck's going on here? Is that even a line with a hole?
You know what you're doing?
Yeah, I was screwing the motherboard in, but there's like one hole that's just like... I don't fucking know. It's just... I don't know. It's just like, no, no, I'm good. So I'm like, okay. I can live without one. It'll be okay.
Is this just your streaming PC you're setting up?
Yeah, the problem is that like it doesn't have the old motherboard didn't have enough SW ports. Oh, SW, what the fuck am I talking about? The oh my god, words. PCI. PCI.
PCIe?
Yeah, yeah, like, because the other one had like only 2 and one of them was blocked from the GPU, so it's like, fuck. Because they did put the capture card in, right? So that was fun. But yeah. Fuck, now I gotta put in the... Oh yeah, and then I bought a PSU as well, because the other one was 500 watts. This one is...
Oh, so you ended up upgrading.
Also, we got ads, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean... Yeah. I don't want to. But I spent $400. I spent $50 just on Uber.
Oh man, you actually went in Uber. You couldn't get the bike?
Nope, because it's in the winter. Fan pointing down. Come on.
I love the delay here.
Oh! Chat, how are you? It was the simplest option. We love and appreciate Jelly. Jelly is the greatest mod. What's going on? 1984? The fuck was that? That was the most 1984 shit I've heard. Like, blink
what
twice.
Makes that 1984?
George Orwell? Is that the wrong book?
The Green Book?
What do you mean the green book? No, dude, that's about racism. What? It's because he's black?
No, the Green Book's about good racism. It's about Aragorn and his trustee, they're like bonding together.
The fuck is matter with you, man?
I've watched it like 8 times. It's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
I love the part where the doctor comes back and has a wonderful dinner with everybody. Oh no. Oh, they're asking for it. There's no redeem. You can't. Oh,
hey man, you want to play some ping pong? Sure, let's do it.
Epic, thank you for the gift to Major.
Oh, I've got 7-Up and Korean yogurt. Let's do it.
What are you talking about? Okay, what are you talking about? Now I'm curious. What's going on? 7-Up and Korean yogurt. What does that mean? Chat, what does that mean? Were you showing us the hereditary?
Oh my gosh, that hurt.
Hereditary. Hereditary. Did I say that right? Fuck.
Hereditary.
Hereditary? Hereditary. Oh fuck. Okay, I thought it was D-E-I. D-I-E. What the fuck is that? Fuck.
That's
I thought it was hereditary, like some shit like that. Hereditary. Okay.
Oh, that one hurt. That was
Hereditary. Yeah. Oh, the Thorpe game is like no other. Okay. All right.
We could have a water drinking contest.
Officer Bull.
Yeah, when I'm building a fucking computer.
Hereditary.
Yeah.
Hereditary. Okay. Thank you.
You can pronounce hereditary. Don't bullshit me.
Well, the TTS said hereditary. Hereditary, yeah. Hereditary, okay.
Hereditary.
I don't know why TTS said hereditary. That was weird.
It's got an accent.
It's got an accent. What kind of accent?
I don't want to say.
It's a Sigma movie. I'm gonna kill myself in Minecraft. Who says that? The TTS is British. Is that how British people sound? Wrong? I hope Drew didn't hear that. I'm sorry, Drew.
Well, they pronounce tuna with a CH. Oh.
Tuna with a CH? Tuna? Like that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I love it.
Oh, yeah.
I want a spud with tuna and beans.
am I doing? Oh yeah. Right. I need to fix this thing.
You got a checklist?
No. I'm just going at it. Just going at it. If the computer doesn't run, then fuck me, I guess.
Echo's leaving you.
Why is Echo leaving me? Echo, you bitch. Sorry.
Oh, that's fucked up.
My bad, Echo. Sorry. Misinput.
You prompted the wrong response from Circuit.
Yeah. I'm just a little aggro right now because of this guy. Actually, that's a lie. I'm aggro because of this fucking... this shit. Sorry, Echo, I love you. Please don't hurt me. Please don't draw me getting scissored again. Or female me. I don't even know. Stupid. Chat, do not ask. I beg of you, do not ask. That's a good idea. Can you shut the fuck up? Echo, no. Stop. I swear to God. But now we must ask? Oh, wait. Echo never posted it? Fuck, I should have kept my mouth shut. Oh my God. I thought it was public. I completely forgot.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Just don't drop the screwdriver on
What
your
did you
thank
drop?
again.
Good idea.
A screwdriver on
Thank
your
you, Kitty.
tenders.
You have a game PC? This is the stream PC. My game PC is fine, but the stream PC needs a capture card, which means I have to get a new motherboard. And guess what? That's happening. I'm gonna post it. Oh, fucking die. Where's the screwdriver? Oh my God, I hate it. I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I don't want to get scissored by Silva and Echo. Or either. Not mutually exclusive.
I don't think I would fit
Yes,
in
you do.
between his legs. Ah, yes, I do. He said it. He said it.
What? What did I say?
Nothing.
Okay.
Circuit made a rendition of the Nutcracker.
Oh yeah. The screwdriver
that?
fell on my, I think, left nut. It was not fun.
What did you? So what did you do to resolve that pain?
I walked it off, I guess.
You didn't like tenderize it or like circle the nugget?
I think the problem is because it was tenderized already. Circle the nugget? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like rubbing a bruise.
Can't say I have. Sicker, what did you say about me? Just stop scissoring me. God, this... I live in a society. Okay, so there's those ones missing as well. I think that's the screw that popped off. And then Carl basically just didn't deal with it, so now I'm dealing with it. Carl had a screw pop off on the fucking thing. And I was like, why is there a screw in there? It's like, I don't know. It's like, it's fine. I'm like, you fucking what? Like, bro, what are you doing?
Is your screwdriver magnetic?
No, the problem is not because I lost the screw. The problem is because it didn't get handled. Like, it was just a screw, like, bouncing around inside the fucking case. And I'm like, okay. And we're just gonna pretend that didn't happen?
Yeah, because you don't have a magnetic screwdriver.
No, because... Are you... What?
You wouldn't have dropped it if you had a magnetic screwdriver.
It wasn't dropped. It was popped out, and it was inside the case, like jiggling around and shit. I don't understand why I'm saying so complicated. Are you done?
No.
Okay. Like, if I need to slow down, let me know. Like.
No.
Okay. Chad, he deserves this. I hope you guys know this. He deserves all this bullying.
What
It's
do you
all
mean?
these years of how much he bullied me. Hello, hi Dasha. Welcome to the stream.
I didn't bully shit.
You literally slapped my tit in a car
That's not
so
bullying.
hard. Okay, my bad. Domestic abuse. You fucking hit
We're
me
not in a
so hard.
relationship. That's not domestic. It's just abuse. I take it your silence means agreeance? Yeah.
Oh fuck. Chat, notice how he just said like it's just abuse. It's just abuse.
Oh, I see the rice seasoning in the reflection.
Right? It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, it's so good.
Breaking news, Unga arrested for titty smacking. He slapped me on my fucking nipple so hard that it rang across my body.
He slaps me back.
No, I don't. I really don't. Like, I slap you back when, like, you slap me and I'm, like, trying to, like, retaliate so you can get the fuck away from me. But, like, you do it, like, just to fuck. Like, you actually are just trying to get to me. And it hurts a lot. Like, it rang on my, cross my, like, my right tit for, like, I think, like, at, like, 30 minutes. It was bad.
Yeah,
Hi, Chip. It was bad.
You'll always remember me that way.
Why? I don't want to remember you that way. Why can't I remember you in a nice way? Why can't I just be, like, happy thoughts and shit? Why we gotta be smacking tits and shit? I don't get it.
It's like a tattoo, but emotional.
That's not. But that's not a good tattoo. It's like having a tattoo of like someone you broke up with. It's something you regret.
We broke up? All right, he said it here, man. Let's fuck.
Damn circuit, how could you? Oh my god, we're not doing this. We are so not fucking doing this, chat. I am not doing this with you.
Bye, Apple Spy.
Bye, Apple. Isna. Yisna, baby. Alright, let's put this in. Or not.
I would love ice cream.
Oh my god, what the fuck am I doing? This way. Excuse me, get your...
Could you turn the case for the class, please? We can't learn like this.
Oh my god, hold on.
Could you please turn the case?
Oh, that's not what I meant.
Ow.
Sorry, chat.
That was like Chat's dog whistle. What did they do to you?
Chat's dog
Nut. 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 Nut.
I can't wait for this.
Nut. 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 Nut.
Break it.
Nut.
Break it.
Nut.
What's going on?
Nut. 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 Nut.
Why are we
Nut.
nutting?
Nut.
What's going on?
Nut. Nut.
What? What happened?
Nut. Nut.
What happened? What did I do?
Nut.
Also, there's a first time chatter named Hit Him with
Nut.
Autism.
Nut.
That's kind of good, actually.
Nice.
Nut.
That's actually pretty good. The fuck do I plug this in?
Nut. 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 Nut.
What the fuck? Hold on. I'm so confused.
Nut.
Did you feel your own breath in that mask?
Yeah.
Like, do you smell it?
Yeah, a little bit. Why?
What does it smell like?
Well, I can't tell. It's like, right? It's like not knowing how you smell. Because, like, it's your own smell.
I know what I smell like.
No, what do you mean you know how you smell like?
Huh?
Not very good.
Stretch break and refill water if needed, please and thank you.
Good idea. Static cables.
You wanna hop in the shower?
No, not with you.
We could do a what was it? The Russian spa together. Sauna?
Oh, that's
Huh?
horrible. Why would you want to do that?
Why not?
Bro, do you know how like bad that is? That shit like
Don't
they
you-
whip you hard with that. It's bad.
That sounds like a great time. With my best bro. Wait, do we get to take turns whipping each other, or did they whip us? Wait, he's putting in his dentures.
Each other. Does Chad not know what we're talking about?
We whip each other?
Yeah, you guys don't know about that? Like, you guys legit don't know about what we're talking about?
I heard.
I don't have
heard
dentures.
I heard we. So yeah. I heard that in
Chicken is
the
calling
Russian
me.
sauna we don't
Can
wear
Let's answer.
underwear,
Hi, baby
so it's
girl.
all
I'm
just
on stream.
hanging Chad.
Are you stupid?
Hooray, I think.
Hooray, I think. Thank you, Leisha, for the 5 months. Oh my god, I'm lost a little bit. Hold on. I'm like... This is so... Oh yeah, right. That's what I was doing. I was connecting this. But what the fuck do I connect it to?
Me? No? Okay.
Unga, sit up straight. Yeah, Unga, sit up straight. You can break roll some
How
water.
can you
for
even?
fuck's sake.
You can't hear bad posture, okay? Like, just because you're right.
What do you mean it's on blue sky? Oh no! No!
Oh, nice. It's
Fuck! Are you fucking kidding me?
We can hear your shrimp and stop. My back hurts all the time.
Don't actually say it's fucking posted there. Oh my fucking god, bro.
Oh, we can see the reflection. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh my god. What? What happened to my camera? TOS?
That might be
That's
TOS.
actually not as TOS as people think.
You got the big badongas.
I'm gonna repost. I hate you all.
Post the dick slapping
I hate
video
you,
for meme. There's a dick slapping one? I only have the
Oh,
butt
when you
slaps.
slap my thigh, I think. See, chat? I reposted it. Oh my god, Major's drawing is in there too. Right there, the little one right here. Right here. That's Major's drawing. Now Major has to post it too. Look what you did. Circuit the PC. Oh no, you mean this? You mean hold on. You mean this? You mean this? You mean I'll kill you. Fuck you. You're the one that said like, yes, post it. Don't tell me what to do. Oh my god, what was I doing? I was plugging this in. Now the question goes, how do I plug? I've never, okay, this is my first time plugging the circles. I've never plugged in the circles in my life. So now I'm like, trying to understand this. Because on the other end, it's more circles. It's also, oh, never mind. I found it. I think I found it. Right? It's just this? Hold on, how does it go? Let me see. So it goes here. Yeah, to there. Yeah, I think it's just this. Okay. All right, that's done. All right, now I have to. Don't dox yourself. What? Good night, sir. Oh, you PC. Remember to keep puppy pics in case you get stressed out. Let the flip potato eat it. Thank you, Vice. What are we talking about? Hold on. What's going on? Why am I? What's going on now? We're good, right?
No.
Are we fine?
No.
What do you mean I'm doxing? Where am I doxing?
No.
I don't get it.
No. No.
Look at the PC. Okay. Oh. Wait, but that doesn't say my name or anything. Don't worry. It's okay. Here, hold on. There. Yeah, there you go. Circuit. That doesn't say my name. It just says Circuit the Robot. It just shows my P.O. box. Don't even worry about it. You can still see it's stupid. How about now? That's all the packages I have to that I got returned, chat. Hold on. There. I moved it. That's worse? How is that worse? All of them have a sticker on it that doesn't show the person's address, and my address is just my P.O. box. That's personal information. Why did Fusha put that there? Why did Fusha put that?
Oh no.
Bro. Okay. Glad
Time
that
to
didn't
del-
get shown in. That's
Time to delete
literally
the
mail.
mod.
That's my...
You spill?
Yep.
No.
It's a bunch of pens. That is my fucking mail that he put there. My personal mail. Because he thought that was a genius idea. After I told him 100 times, don't fucking put anything personal on my streaming deck. I can't repeat myself any more than that. Sorry, I'm just a little frustrated right now. I'll be honest. This is why I fucking hate see, whoever asked me, what is your favorite thing about streaming PCs or building PCs? It's this shit. It's the whole little fucking stupid shit that you got to do. Now I'm just crashing out on everybody. I'm like my dad. Just getting angry at everybody.
You're everybody's dad right now.
Holy shit. I'm like this close to like telling my chat, can you please hold this fucking flashlight properly? I'm about to give them the real PTSD.
What the fuck?
I'm about to give you guys some like the mechanic dad PTSD. And if you guys don't know what that is, you're not ready for it.
Tell them to go get a Phillips screwdriver, and then they get all of them.
No, even worse. No. Give me a 14 socket. And then they just go in, it's like, and they're all unlabeled, so you don't know which one it is. So it's like, where? Which socket? Which one?
Yeah. And instead of being organized, they're just in a random pile.
Yeah, they're all like fucked up. They're like just in the work desk. Oh my god, my dad definitely has ADHD the more I think about it. And then even worse, and then the last part is that they get angry at you because you give them a socket, but you need also to give them a converter because the thing that goes inside the drill or the thing is a smaller version, so you gotta get a converter that goes from the big one to the small one.
Yep.
And then he gets angry at you for not knowing that. Also, I remember dropping the flashlight, and if you don't know, back in the day, the flashlights were like, my dad didn't have an LED flashlight. He had a it was like a curved flashlight like this with a light bulb inside it, and a light bulb. Like again, it's a light bulb. You drop it, it just cracks, just shatters, like, and that's it. It's gone. And you're like, cool. I'm not. Whoa, Fusha, careful. You good? You good? Okay. His face is showing. Okay, not sure.
What fucking mail?
I don't know where I put it, man. It's that. Please be careful. My real name and address is on it. Actually, not my address. But my real name is certainly as hell on it. Fusha. Fusha, is it from the bank? Does the bank have my real name on it?
Probably. Wouldn't they need your real name?
He's checking.
I'm kind of sad that I only have like 3 physical interactions with you on video. And then a conversation of you telling me to go home.
Give me a second. What'd you say, Fush?
I'm sorry.
Cool. Cool. You're welcome. Anyways, back to this. Man. The parents are fighting. Where do I plug this in? I'm very confused. Oh, it's in the back. Why is it in the back? Let's see. I can't see shit.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Take a break, Circuit.
No, I'm okay. Don't worry. I'm fine. I'm frustrated, yes, but I'll get through this. I'm okay. Don't worry. Now what do I do? Which way? This way? There you go. We're about to make a rat's nest, dude. Also, what did you say you had a video of what?
Oh, nothing. No, it was you telling me to go home.
Telling you to go home?
Yeah.
Is it this other way? Why did I tell you to go home? Was that a good reason?
It was not a good reason.
I don't believe you. What were you doing?
Fine, don't believe me.
What were you doing?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
No, it was just.
Is this
we were
gonna
doing. You were talking to me. I was
You had it
waiting
forever.
for
Ricky, when I
an
catch you, Ricky.
evaluation
Ricky, when I catch you,
from
Ricky.
you, 'cause I was
Ricky,
sitting
when
on
I
your
catch you,
couch.
Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Why don't you put some cute animal videos, eat something and then keep going? The more frustrated you get, the less you can do. Take good care, man.
No, you're right. I get a I think I get a little spiteful. And then I'm just like, I just want to get this shit done and that's it, right? Dude, you're frustrated getting mad at people, take a break. To be fair, I wasn't being serious towards Fusha. I didn't think it was gonna get that upset. So it's fine.
I think you need smaller fingers.
Bro, right? I need fucking like. I love how Sova is the only voice of reason of don't listen to chat, just get it done and get it over with. You know, see, thank you, Sova. I kind of thank you. There's just something about like prolonging the pain that I don't like. Just get it done. Get it
Yeah, this is how projects never get finished.
Oh, my front delt just fucking went off. It was not happy with me there.
If you take a break now, you're just gonna go to bed.
Right? Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, never work on a car, dude. You're never gonna sleep.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I don't know how my brother works on cars so calmly. Like that shit pisses me off. I just can't. Like it's infuriating. It's just aggravating. Like, bro, fuck Vin Diesel and his family bullshit, bro. We'll take the bus or something. Like, fuck you, Vin. I'm just kidding. Cars are still fun. I don't know. I actually wish I liked to work on them. I'll be honest with you. Like, they're pretty damn fun to work on. That's a lie. They're not fun to work on. I wish they were fun to work on. Because, right, it makes it more personal for you to work, like, to have a car that you worked on it and shit like that. Like, it's cool. And especially, like, with cars and computers, you can make them so personalized if you know what you're doing, right? But you gotta have the patience to, like, you see, I slipped up, like, right now. Trying to put a little cable inside an SSD thing. How many times? I don't know. And then I remember my dad like getting frustrated at me, and then as I grew up, he's like, "You have to be calm. You have to be patient. It's all about patience." I'm like, "Dad, are you smoking weed or something? What happened? Like when did you get so freaking happy?" Did I get it the wrong way? I think when my dad, like, I think it's when I tried doing things on my own. And then my dad's like, okay, he's actually trying to learn something, right? And then my dad is like, okay. Why is it doing that? Is there another screw that's not plugged into? I think. But where? Does it even have another thing to screw down in? No. Oh? That's it? Yeah, I guess. Oh, that's weird. I guess that's it. Alright. It's a massive puzzle. Some people don't like do it. It's not the puzzle part. It's not the puzzle part. I like the puzzle part. It actually makes me feel good. Like with the puzzle. But it's like the little screw and it's the in-betweens. Like the puzzle part is fun, but it's the like please don't fall down and the screw falls down, you're like, and you just like you want to like crash and you're like, take a deep breath. Everything's okay.
Magnet.
Right? It's like somebody like poking you, like just a little like this. And it's like, but like 10 times worse somehow. It's like 10 times worse. You say the Minecraft movie's fucking amazing. Really? I heard it was hilarious. Like, I heard it was fun to watch. I didn't hear it was amazing, but I heard it was really fun to watch. It was amazing. I loved it. Jeez, everybody looked at... You see? And then the screws fall down. But you don't get angry. You can't get angry, right? It's like, dude. It's like playing Back to Work. That's what it feels like. It feels like playing Back to Work. But like without the fun dopamine of like, you know. It's like playing Jump King. Oh, sorry, Get to Work. There you go. Jump King. Way worse. Oh man, I fucking hate like those games.
Did you finish Jump King?
No. Fuck that. Fuck that game, bro. I'll play Get to Work, no problem. But Jump King does something. It brings something out of me. I'm like, I can't. Like, I try being calm. And my chat was like, even like, dude, please stop. Like, please stop. I beg of you. By the way, same thing with 120 bits. You get angry as long as the process is, you process it healthy. Really screaming and whipping, we working on, it's not, working all across the room. Whipping the thing? What thing did I whip? I was angry and screaming. I think screaming is healthy as long as it doesn't go towards anybody.
You scream at me all the time. What do you mean?
I'm sorry, the scream towel? Him screaming at you is completely healthy, okay. No, don't scream at anyone. Just scream.
Where's this? Where's my support, dude?
Go fuck yourself.
It's not medically healthy. Fuck you.
Cathartic screaming. What am I doing? Oh god, I gotta plug all these cables in. I hate this chat. I hate this so much. What is this? The fuck is this? What is this yellow cable? 450 watts. The fuck is this? I've never seen this before. What is this? What? Dude, I wish I could do that shit for you. I honestly, Silva, please. I've never seen this cable before. Dude, this is all new to me. Like, this cable, like this cable with the circles, I never plugged in my life. This is new to me. What is this? It looks like a USB 3 cable. Did you read the instructions? No, I didn't. I should read the manual, but... What is this?
I've got that cable for my GPU.
It's for the GPU. You're right. It's for the. It's probably. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. I think it's for the GPU. You're right. I'll double check the manual, but I think you're right.
Got the 16 pin.
It's 16 pin. I think you're right. Yeah. I think it's for the GPU. Because I remember when I installed Fuchsia's computer, he had a weird like thing going on with his GPU. Let me check. Okay. Oh, 16 pin. Is that the 16 pin? I don't think. Is it? Hold on. Wait. That's for the motherboard then. Wait. Hold on. Let me check. Oh shit. Yeah, it's for the motherboard probably. Hold on. Yeah. It's probably for the motherboard. You should plug into the header near the main board. USB 3 cable. What do you mean a USB 3 cable? We should plug into the header near the main board power header. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Moogle's right. Oh, bro, I have to show this. You guys see this diagram right here? Hold on. This pissed me off. You see this? So this is like a it's an SSD right here. You see this? But it's called a NVMe. Notice how it's supposed to be flat and not like this, right? Bro, when I was reassembling Fuchsia's computer, it was like that, and I told him, "What the fuck is this?" And I was like, bro, who fucking assembled this computer for you? He's like, my ex-boyfriend. I'm like, your ex-boyfriend is the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh.
Like, your ex-boyfriend needs to kill himself for this, man, in Minecraft. That pissed me off. When I saw that, I was like, Fuchsia, you are around one dumb motherfucker, man. Yeah, how? Exactly. That's the only reason I bought this kit right here. Because inside there's a spacer for you to lift it up. I was so angry. I think I was crashing out for a whole hour about his ex after that. I was really pissed off. Because after
it was a
that...
good bonding experience.
No. Fuchsia was like, bro, it's okay, chill. I'm like, no, you're fucking... Your ex is a dumbass. It's a fucking dumb... Like, because his ex is like stupid. But I'm like, all right, but what if he's like what if he has like technical, like, because he's a programmer apparently, he's a little technologically smart. He's got the TISM maybe, he's got the TISM on like the computer stuff. And then I see this, I'm like, your boyfriend's just a fucking dumbass across the board. Bro, holy shit, lobotomize, go next IRL. Done. It's done. You're a lost cause. Like, you got 0 fucking points everywhere. Like, you're a lost fucking cause. Damn, yeah, he's a programmer. He did that. Like, I don't fucking get it. Is this ex illiterate? What illiterate? What illiterate? It's a diagram. There's no literacy. It's a diagram. Use your brain for a second. It's like this. Yeah, that's fine. What the fuck are you doing? It's like you plug in a USB cable. What do you plug in a USB cable like this? Like you just fucking like crash it in there. No, you don't ever do that. Oh, but we can do it here. Like, so dumb, man. I hate that guy. I barely know him, and man, thank God. You stupid motherfucker. Was he blind? Dude, I wish there was an excuse. I wish there was an excuse, but because my God, that guy's just the dumbest. Also, by the way, side note, this stock fan is way bigger than the normal stock fan. So I'm actually way more confident in this fan right now. It looks really sick. Because it's like really big. It's like twice as big in terms of like the heatsink. So I'm okay with this. That break the repository? I get that's a programming joke. I get that. Anyway, sorry, enough about crashing out. There's this. Oh, the 16 pin. Sorry. Yeah, that goes into the... Yeah. Okay, I know where this goes. I'm just surprised it's like yellow. That's why I was like shocked a little bit. I'm like, why is this yellow?
Gotta make this fucking latte.
balls.
Good night, Circuit. Really enjoy your streams.
Good night. Don't know. Thank you for the 100 bits. By the way, chat, if you guys don't like me being angry right now, just let me know. I'm just gonna call. Like, I will actually just be like, all right. Because sometimes people like me being angry. Oh, it doesn't go there actually. This does not go there, chat. Ah, yeah. Okay, I had a feeling it looked a little bit off. Where the fuck did I just go? Rated channel. Wait. I can't find the. I can't find the. No. This is for the CPU. I gotta remember that. This is for the CPU. Is it the? Hold on. Is it? Hold on. Now I'm confused. Give me a second. Where is it? Where did I just place it? Okay, let me see this again. Is it this one? Yeah, it's not tall enough. I'll be wide enough. Yeah, this is not wide enough. Yeah, there's gotta be for a GPU then. It has to be. Posture check? Yeah. How did you lose another part? I didn't lose another part. I'm trying to find the part for the whole motherboard. The 16 pin. That's not a 16 pin. So now I'm a little bit confused.
Alright, brother. I gotta head out. I gotta walk Kyrie.
Walk? Okay. Bye-bye.
Food.
Bye.
See you, man.
Yeah. Okay, so then, all right, hold on. Is it this thing? Oh. Chat, I'm mega confused right now. I'm super confused right now. I can't find the 16 pin. I can't find the 16 pin. For the life of me right now. Oh, I lied. I found it. Well, no, wait. Hold up. That's not for that. Is that the front panel? It is. Okay, I'm done. I realized my mistakes. I realized my mistake. Yeah. I realized I was doing wrong. Also, well, it couldn't have walked away. Named Kyrie. Aren't you always confused though? I am. Okay, so this is a big one. This is a big boy. Like a giga big boy. And sorry, that song is interesting. You just said, I'll give you pleasure. Okay. So I'm gonna run this in through the back. And then run this in here. There you go. Okay. And then plug that into here. Or not. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Got it. Came on TikTok, got rid of it for mental health reason. How's your day? Good. welcome to the stream, and I'm glad you're out of TikTok for mental health reasons. That's a good thing. Gotta take care of yourself, man. Welcome to the stream. Please no, I left the server. That's what she said. The fuck? Okay. Let's see. I just realized something. Let me just do this. Hold on. No more reflection. There you go. There you go. Done. Just rip that shit off. Trying to find the hole. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No? Giggity. There it is. Son of a bitch. Come on. Get in there. I just realized something. Is there a category for PC building? On stream? On Twitch? It's pointing down. I'll check. Yeah, I'm curious. Because if there is, I'll just switch to that since that's exactly what we're doing. I think so. You would think so. Like, I feel like there would be, right? Doesn't feel like there shouldn't be a reason. Also, this is a Tekken Tag Tournament Tucson. Live person walking. Don't quote me on that, you motherfucker. What's going on here? Yeah, it's down there. I see it. Aha! Got it. Wonderful. Okay. Okay, so that's done. My arms are hurt. You should be concerned. Give it a good stretch. Okay. 16 pins installed. That's installed. Front case panel. Where is the front case panel? Right here. See, once like it starts rolling a little bit again, you start to calm down. But I feel like by the time it gets there, it's like, ugh. Like something so small can just infuriate you, and you're like, ugh. Shit. Right. Okay. And then does this go? Does this do anything else? I feel like I'm missing something here. Hold on. No, I don't see anything else. There's a front panel I/O somewhere though. All right, these plug into the fans as well. So what the fuck is going on here? Because this powers on the fans and that's it? Does it not plug into the motherboard? I swear this should plug into the motherboard. This looks like something that should plug into the motherboard. Okay. Interesting. Now there's no category for feasibility, just the game. Oh, okay, there it is. I found it. Hold on. Yeah, there you are. Oh, cat. You want to see the worst one? There it is. Remember this shit? Oh, I hate this son of a bitch. You see that? God, I hate that thing. Alright, let's find the IO. The front panel IO is... where? Shit, usually in the bottom, right? That's usually where it is. I don't see it there. There's the CPU power. Pump fan. Okay. There's that. Okay. Front panel... I mean, I could find the diagram and just look into it, but usually it's also there too. It's usually labeled pretty damn well. I just can't find it. Or not, I guess I'm just dumb. Alright, menu time. Manual time. Where's the manual? Let me find the manual. Hold on, where'd it go? I can't find the manual. Where'd it go? I just had it. I'm gonna get some sleep. Good night, Chip. Oh, that's not the manual. Ugh. Bro, I just had it. Oh! Rolled over my toe. Has there never been a back fan? There's never been a fan in the back here. Oh, fuck. Well, good thing I have one. I just literally have one spare. Found it. The reason why partner stayed together so long, I run real hot, he's always real cold. Thermodynamic equilibrium. Yeah, that's how relationships work. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Aha, there it is. JFP1. That's where it is. JFP1. Aha, found it. Okay, so I found JFP1. But it doesn't tell me on the motherboard itself. Okay. Good fucking luck, Circuit. Figure out where it is. Is it telling me to go look at a YouTube video? No way. Hold on. Just label it for me. 1 and 2, 9 and 10. Okay, but is it bottom or up? I just need to know if it's down, up, or up, down. It's not telling me. Oh, I found it. Hold on. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Aha, I found it. Yeah, I found it. I found it. Power LED, HDD LED. Yeah, I found it. Okay. All right, let's get the worst one out of the way. Hold on. All right, power LED. Plus and minus. Where does plus go? To the left. Like that. Okay, power this one. So this one goes to the top. HDD LED. Alright. Plus minus. So this one needs to be reversed. Like that. Hold on, what? HDD plus minus at the bottom. Plus is to the left. Like that. And then power LED plus and minus. Minus to the right. Plus to the left. Okay. Like that. Okay, so that's done. Oh, hold on. Ah, you bitch, come on. Aha. There. This is some Persona music. What am I listening to? That posture's atrocious? Well, yeah, because I'm bending over. Give me a second. Shut up. Don't say anything. Followed by what? Power SW. To the top. Oh, wait. Hold on. I just realized something. Wait. HDD LED. Yeah, that one's right. This one's fine. Then what? Reset SW. Goes towards the bottom. Power to the top. Okay. There's no plus minus? What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Oh, it's not marked here. I think power and reset are unmarked. I think they're unmarked. Reset. Fuck me. Resets the bottom one. Powers at top like this. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's give this a go. Ads are starting. Where's JSW? There you are. Wait. Sorry, JFP. There it is. Yeah, seems to be good. On one end, that is. Hold on. Yeah, seems good. Alright, then. Okay. How long have I been working on the PC? Quite a bit. I think I've been working out for 2 hours or 3 hours. I'm very slow. It's like because I was trying to talk to the stream and. Okay, what is this music? 5-hour stream, by the way. Well, yeah, because we also did some openings for the PO box stuff, right? So that took a bit. Okay, so how is the? Oh. This doesn't tell me which was plus and which was minus. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I see. Okay. Wait a minute. No fucking way. Is that label upside down? No way, right? No way, right? Did they mark it upside down on the motherboard? Power LED. Power LED must be aligned with the no pin. No, it's fine. Okay, cool. Okay. Don't disassociate right now, circuit. You need to focus. Done. It's in. Alright, chat, it's in. The worst one is done. Alright, next one. USB. Very simple. Just goes right in there. Well, actually, wait, which end though? Oh, I see. Yeah. Because there's like one pin that's like missing, so it all lines properly, so that one's fine. That one goes in there. Easy schmeezy. Done. 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 There you go. The shrimp pose wins. Okay. That's done. What else do we need? This is powered. This is powered. This is powered. Motherboard's powered from the I/O. Front panel's powered. CPU. CPU is left. I think there's like some other stuff. Oh, right. And the GPU. Okay. Oh, I put the CPU cable here. I remember. There you are. You go back. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're getting somewhere, baby. Taking me a damn while, but it's sure as hell gonna be finished soon. Why am I a cowboy? I'm now a Western person. Yeehaw, partner. Let me tell you a nightmare story. All right. So the CPU. Yep, same thing. Can I run it from here? Let me see. No, I don't think I can. But I think I just do this. Okay. Angle next. Go that way. This is the worst lighting ever. Actually, what happens if I auto light? Hold on. I just realized something. Okay. Huh, better. And then we put that in there. Okay. You know what? I got an idea. There you go. Come on. And let's fucking go. Easy money. Easy money. Wait, hold on. I did not need these to be fucking touching the heatsink, even if it is heat resistant. Yeah, that's fine. I think I put in the wrong hole. Shut up. I think I put in the wrong hole though. Yeah, I put in the wrong hole. This hole. How's things going with the PC? Very slowly. But it's going, joystick. How are you? How's everything going?
Circuit is calling me.
That scared the shit out of me. Oh my god, I got goosebumps. What the
Hi,
fuck?
baby girl. I'm on stream.
What the fuck do you mean you don't like cheese? Are you stupid?
Hello.
Hi. I can't see the... Oh, Matt. Hello. Hey, what's up, months? What the fuck? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Aye. Oh, there's no mark. Oh, there it is. Come on. Oh, fuck. No, wait, no. Not fuck. I just gotta push it a little bit harder. That's what she said, baby. Sorry. Is it actually the other way? Nope. Bro. Come on! There you are. I was gonna say good girl, but that's very, very weird. Hi, Camila. I think the word good girl has been ruined for me. Or good boy, or anything with a good thing. Good boy. That. It just sounds weird. Like, in a bad way. Like, in every single way. It just sounds like... I don't know. It's been ruined for me. I didn't say it much. What the fuck? What? What's the problem? Bro, the bottom part really doesn't want to go in. What? What? What's your issue? What is your issue, dude? Fuck's sakes, get in! Let's put it, I'll put it in a different one. I don't care. Just put it in a different one. What? What the fuck? Wait a minute. What is going on here? Oh shit. I got it reversed. The fuck? Oh, that's my fault. Really? Oh, I did not know that. What the hell? Look at that. You see the top parts? Or the facing ones right here? They're different. I did not know that. I was like, why is it not going in? I was like, the fuck? I was like, oh. They were like, I thought they were all the same. I didn't know there was a difference. Okay. Alright, let's try that again then. Good. Alright. That's behaving. Now let's see if this one's behaving. I was very confused. I was like, why is it not going in? Oh, it's too big. Why is it too big? Like, it's supposed to be the same. Nope. Okay. Okay. That was way simpler. I was like, there's something going on here. Okay. Before I install the GPU, is there anything else I'm missing? Because I can't think of anything else. Oh, and the fan, I guess. But what do you think, Chad? Is there anything else I'm missing? Because I don't think there's anything else missing. The USBs, the CPU, the USB, the CPU, the two SATA cables for my 2 hard drives, the front panel, and the USB for the front panel. Anything else I'm missing? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I feel like I'm talking out of my ass a little bit right now. Fuck it. We'll hope for the best. What's the worst that could happen? Sure, it'll go past post. It'll boot. Right, chat? It'll boot. If not, we'll cry. Okay. Grab the music. Oh, it just took a while. So here's a little, by the way, chat, here's a little thing. Just in case you guys don't know. Because I've seen a lot of PC builders, like in stores, make this mistake. And I didn't know about this way later. On fans, there are arrows right here. Do you see that? Hold on, let me just... Hold on, what if I just... No, you can't see it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There it is. You see that? You see those arrows? Yeah, so those arrows indicate which way the air is flowing. Like, you know, that way or that way, right? For usually the front and the top, you want the air blowing inwards, right? Because you're getting air in. And always on the back, you're getting the air out. So you want the arrows always pointing like this on the intakes and this way on the outtakes. So you want to like point it like this, right? Because the arrows are pointing that way. And I didn't know that because when I installed my fans, I was like, what are these arrows? Like, that there's a reason they're there. I don't get it. I don't know what these mean. Is it where the air goes? Like, there's no way. And it's like, yeah, no, that is it. And then I was like, okay, then which one goes where? And then it's like, and then I understood how cases work a little bit. I'm like, oh, interesting. Okay, got it. So I was like, okay, that makes, now I understand. But now I realize, I'm like, why is there no fan here? Like, there should be one that blows the way, like, blows it out. But it's not there right now. So now I'm like, okay, well, I bought an extra fan because I bought this for Fuchsia, but he didn't have enough. I bought like 6 of these, I think, or 5 of them or some shit. But his case or motherboard, I think, didn't have enough ports. So I'm like, all right, we have an extra one. Lo and behold, it always comes clutch. They always come in. Hold on, I should probably not point. Hold on, wait, hold on. Like this. Where does this go? I need to find a fan. But you have to still plug it in. But the motherboard should have a 4-pin fan somewhere. There's one at the very end. I don't want to plug it in there though. There should be more. Really? No more fans?
Huh?
Oh, there's one, I think.
Get up and go get more water.
Okay, hold on. Okay, there, I found one at the bottom. Oh, wait, no, not the bottom. There's a GPU there. Let me think. If I put it like this. Oh! No, wait a minute. Hold on. I have an idea. If I run it through the back. Also, think of the 100 bits. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't know. Stop. Okay, I'll drink water in a second. Hold on. I'm trying to figure this out. Let me figure this out first, and then I'll figure it out. Hold on. I don't think this goes on the outside. Like, one out. Yeah, I can. Oh shit, what is this? Oh fuck. Okay, found something. Not what I meant. Okay? No. Okay? Yeah, so then... Yeah, so then... Okay, okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna do it on the inside. Fuck it. Just, fuck it, we ball. Or like this, right? Yeah. I'll put the GPU in first. That's a better idea. Alright, let me get some water. I'll be right back. No, we don't ball. Get back up and we get... Okay, okay, fine. Bro, get you... You still alive? I went through two... Yeah, my bad. Shit. Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna get some water.
Not. 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 Not, 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 Not.
I was muted.
Not.
Okay. Right. What are we doing? We're installing the GPU. Right. Okay. So I'm gonna need a little bit more space, and then I'll install the fan. Oh wait, 16 pin, not 16 pin. Something else. Where is it?
Not.
Is it this? There you are. Why is everybody nutting? What's going on again? Y'all nutting again? Y'all misbehaving? You're gooning again, chat? Stop gooning. You guys can't keep it together, huh? How disappointing. Can't keep it in your pants, huh? What are your parents gonna think? What are your teachers gonna think?
Not.
Right up.
Not.
Nuh.
Not.
This is the nuh.
Not. Not. Not.
All right, there. So far, so good. Okay. All right, GPU time. All right, thank God. Yeah. All right. The track. Not fully screwed that in yet. Let's put the other one in too. I should have put in the capture card first, shouldn't I? Too late now. I was too used to putting the GPU in first.
Hey man, you wanna play some ping pong? Sure, let's do it!
Oh shit, Drago, hi! So yeah, thank you for the gifted. To Colt and Boomy of Omashu. That's a sick name, actually. I'm sorry, Boomy of Omashu is a sick name. Also, good night, Lisa. You didn't put the capture card in? No, I'll put it right now. I don't know why I didn't. I should have put it first for sure. There you go. Oh, that's why I didn't put it in. That's why I didn't put it in, because I wanted to know how the spacing was. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. Where is it? Hold on. I know why. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, where's the rear panel? No! Fuck! Ah, son of a bitch. Where is it? Oh, there you are. I see you. This thing. I wanted to put this thing in first. I just didn't know when or where. There you go. So I'm gonna close the panel out. There you go. Okay. Jiggy with it and hitting that meh. I don't see what that says. But okay, thank you for that clip. There you are. And the capture card is now in. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. See, I knew I was gonna be missing a screw, which is why I needed this one. Oh shit. I need this one? No. What do I need? This one? No. The fuck? Oh, I think it is this one actually. German toad circuit. Ah! How that stupid that cover went of Toad singing Wrecking Ball? Ah! Let us swing! Ah, the shit! Ooh, this was not really fitting in. Hold on. Oh yeah, it is. I lied. Oh, what the fuck? Bro, why is it like pushing it the other way? Yo, chill. Just stay inside. Holy shit, I've never seen that. I've never seen that before. There we go. Alright, I hope it doesn't slip out or anything. No, it doesn't. This is the best I could do. Because I feel like it just slips the other way. That's so weird. I've never seen that. There, I'll just leave a little bit. There. Oh, okay. Alright. So, capture card is in. I don't... Yeah, the capture card doesn't need a power source. This does. Now, here's the confusing part. I don't think this has a... Yeah, wait, okay. What the fuck is this then? What is this thing? I almost sat on cookies. Holy shit, that was close. I had a few. My brain was like, sit slowly. Something bad's gonna happen. Okay, what the fuck is this? Can somebody Google this for me? What are you gonna admit to singing that? I don't know. But sorry, can somebody search up what a 450 volt like cable? What is this? I have no idea what this is. It's like yellow too. The manual says nothing about it. The fuck is this? Sent to Canada's Got Talent. That'd be so funny. But what is this? I don't know.
Circuit is calling
Holy
me.
shit, this music's
Let me-
crazy. Name of it? 450W.
I'm on
450
stream.
watt.
Fuck do you mean you don't like cheese? Are you stupid?
Are you?
I came in and thought Circuit was in a cow skirt for a second.
That'd be funny, actually. Thank you for the adverse Dawn. Thank you for the 4 months. 450W, 450 watt. Bro, I don't know. What did that? Where did that come from? It came with a power supply. It's a cable in the power supply, which is why I'm confused. Because why is it there? Is that like a GPU to PSU cable? Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Zeno, I think you're right, but I didn't buy a new GPU. So did it come with a CPU? Because that's what I think, right? Because I'm pretty sure Fuchsia's... Yeah, like Fuchsia's motherboard GPU had that. 450W power cable doesn't look like that. What the fuck is that? Oh shit, where'd it go? Yeah, what is this then? A spare part? Well, it's for something because it's a modular power supply. So, but like... Hold on. This. You see that? Look at that. Hey, stay focused. Like, what is that? Yeah, it's a modular. What is the part? It's this thing. It's for a PSU. But that's the thing is that, like... Also, both ends. So this doesn't go into the PSU as well, but it came with the PSU, so... So I'm even more confused. What the fuck is going on? Yeah, it doesn't even go in there, so what's the point? Matt, do we even give a fuck? Also, I just realized I have an audio thing. And I didn't plug it in. Whoops. I need a picture? Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, be right back. Okay. Okay. For now, I'm just gonna install the GPU. And then everything else. Oh, right. The HD audio. Fuck, wait. Oh, crack my neck. Where is the audio? System fan, system fan. So there could be a CPU power cable for the power head on the top left of the motherboard. No, it isn't because I already plugged that in. It's different.
How did this go from chat I'm not gonna stream today to an almost 6 hours stream?
Because I ended up spending a lot of time. Because it spends a lot of time, right? So I ended up like, fuck it. You know what? Whatever. Where's the audio? I don't see where the audio goes. I don't know where the fuck Rainbow 1 is. I don't know why it doesn't come with a diagram. That's why I'm a little bit confused.
We love you for it either way. Nice short speak TW lol.
Thank you. The item is a 12 VH. Thank you, Sebi. Okay, but what does that mean? 12 volt HP H power. What the fuck? The fuck do you mean it doesn't have a diagram? No, it just comes with a quick installation guide. Often used for powering high-end GPUs. Okay, I know exactly what. That's all I needed to know. I don't even need to read the rest of that. I understand now. Yeah. I did a plug with PSU and GPU specific. Yeah. Okay, I know what that is. Okay, cool. Yeah, I do see it now. Sorry, Sebi. I just saw the highlighted. But yeah, that's perfect. By the way, Jelly, if you do announcement and you reply, I don't see you replying to anything. So go fuck yourself. Oh, this. Oh, I see. Then you said this. Well, it's too late. Fuck, you said you already wrote it before you do. Suck a dick. Fuck you. Audio. What is this? Yeah, it doesn't have a diagram, like, at all. Eight-bit channel audio with audio boost. Yeah, like, where the fuck? We all cracking you. First I tried, thank you. Whatever. What is this called? Pro Series. Oh, this is a Pro Series thing. This is not even... Oh, it's MSI. Pro Series B550M. Where's the model number? Or the serial number? Okay. Alright, hold on. Alright, I found the... yeah, there it is. I found a diagram online instead because... No, wait, that's the quick start guide. I don't need the quick start guide. Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, this is different though. Is there a... Aha, there it is. Okay, hold on. Okay, audio. Hold on. Where is the audio port? It's a 7.1 channel. It's supposed to be a pin. Where's the diagram? Where is the diagram? Oh, here we are. Review of components, pump fan, rainbow, SATA, JFP, USB, LED, RPG, RGB, I mean. Oh, J audio. Is that where it is? Is that the same thing? J audio. Is it this one? No, it's pump fan. That's different. System fan, USB 1. Rainbow. No, not there. Yeah, it's got to be in there somewhere then. Usually they're all there. There's the LED. But then there's JFP 1. USB 4. USB 3. USB 2. Yep. What's this? JFP2. Yeah, I don't see it. I see JT1. Oh, there, J audio. There, I found it. Oh, it's like up the ass. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Ah, shit. Okay, you know what? Can I just clutch it out? Hold on. Can I clutch this the fuck out? Hold on, let's see. Oh, no, I can't. I have to unscrew this, don't I? Fuck! Okay. No, I can't. It's shoved in there. It's like up the ass. Hold on. I have to take out the freaking the capture card for a second. Hold on. That is rough. Yeah, you know what I love when motherboard says change the goddamn name on things. Audio should be audio. It's there. It was so hard to find. There you go. Alright, then we put that in there. There you go. Slowly but surely. Also, somebody DM'd me and said you look like you're doing the Henry Cavill thing. I was like, what Henry Cavill? It's like Henry Cavill building a PC. I was like, holy shit, I forgot that existed. Come on. Got it. Uh-huh. Yes. No. No. Yes. There you go. Just put a little bit more in. Yeah, right? Everybody kind of forgot the Henry Cavill thing. Also, I was laughing my ass off. There was an interview with Henry Cavill. And he said he almost didn't get Superman because he missed the call for him getting accepted to it, because he was playing World of Warcraft. I think he was in a raid or some shit. And I was like, dude, oh my god, bro. Like, relatable, but fuck, dude, come on. Like, I can't be angry at him. I feel like I do the same thing. I feel like I do that, like, oh, sorry, I was at a Tekken match, or like, you know, or like, I don't know, or something. Sorry, I was playing League of Legends. Yeah, I haven't been playing League in a while. If you have a modular power supply, that cable should be, could be a part of the power connections. Yeah, Punky, yeah, you're absolutely right. But, also, you do know you can just highlight the message, right, instead of doing an announcement. But, whatever. Yeah, no, but you're right. It's just that... Also, Draco 300 bits. But I don't have a high-end GPU. It costs points, bro. Mods don't have infinite right, mods don't have infinite points. Okay, understood. Just like how mods can't also not see ads for some fucking reason. I don't understand what that's about, but whatever. It is what it is, I guess. Yo, welcome circuit. Yeah, thank you, Draco. Okay, I installed the audio. Installed the. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't install the GPU. What am I lying? Okay. PCI Express. There you are. All right. Yeah, because this is not a high-end GPU. But it's definitely good enough for just streaming, I'll say that. Just streaming? 100%. Streaming and playing? I don't know about that one. Oh my god. Okay. And we are done. Hold on, wait, hold on. Okay. And we're done! Let's go. No, we're not. Forgot about the fan. Forgot about the fan chat. Sorry, hold on. Not yet, not yet. Almost there. Almost there. We're almost done. I see a system fan in there. Shove it in. It's okay. And whoop. They'll celebrate. That's a good point. That is a very good point. Shit can always go wrong as well. Okay, where are the arrows? That way. All right, like this, right? All right. All right. No, we can see the light, chat. The light is where the worst can happen. So don't get your hopes up too hard. The fuck? Oh, here you go. Alright. This makes me feel like I'm in an old school arcade. No, like an underground like console arcade, if you guys know what I'm talking about. That's just lit. Have you guys ever been to those old school arcade, like console arcades? That's where I played my first ever game. My first ever game. You know what, chat? What? You know, I'm actually curious now. What was your first ever game that you ever played? Like first ever video game that you've touched ever. What was it? I will tell you mine. You guys are gonna be kind of surprised, but also very kind of also like, all right, that's kind of funny and it fits. Super Mario Bros. On DS. Okay. Super Mario Sunshine. That's 2 Marios. Okay. Any more Marios? Lego Harry Potter. Okay, that one's... Okay. That one's actually interesting. N64. Okay.
Holy shit, what was it like to play Pong when it first came out?
I hate you. Fuck you for 100 bits. Okay, Sebi saying Need for Speed and Euro Truck is goated. Like, Need for Speed? Oh, that's goated. Hot Pursuit 2, Most Wanted, Underground 2. That's what it's about. TF2 is also lit. That's like a common one. Dreamcast Saga. Bro, you had a Dreamcast? Epic. You had a Dreamcast? You've been holding out on me. Holy shit. Dude, I had a Dreamcast. It was awesome. What's TF2? Team Fortress 2. Oh, wait. So shut the fuck up. Fucking bastard. It clicked with me like... I drew over Most Wanted, specifically 2005 one. That's the only good one. We don't talk about that other one. Ugh. I forgot there was a new one. That doesn't count. Got your ass. I know, right? Alright, you guys want to know what my first game was? You guys ready for this? You guys are not ready for this. I went to a console like back in my home country. Went with my brother. They turned on something. I think it was the PlayStation 1 or some shit. The first game I played, Pepsi Man. I played fucking Pepsi Man. That was my first ever game. You walking fucking meme. You fucking meme of a bot. I'm not kidding. Dude, that hit game was hard. But you launch it, oh, Pepsi Man. Holy shit, that's why you're the way you are. That's kind of... See, I told you. You guys are going to be like, yeah, everything makes sense. Told you. Yeah, dude. And after that was Metal Slug. Amazing game. Metal Slug, peak shit. Canon event. Drago, yeah, exactly. Canon fucking event, dude. Alright. Beautiful. Yeah, no, but Pepsi Man, oh man. That was a good game. That was such a fun game. You just can't get angry at it. Every time you, like, because every time you lose or you die, it's always just, right, starts right back up. Pepsi Man! And you're like, all right, I'm having fun again. Can't be upset. You just can't get upset at that game. No matter how hard it is. It's a hard game, though. It's a hard-ass motherfucking game. All right. Also, hello, cool guy. I'm doing okay. I am. Ugh. Fuck. I just remember the first game. It was Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen Magical Mystery Mall. It's why I'm gay. Mystery Mall? I don't know what that game is. Okay. Honestly, the cable management can always be better because I'm not a professional, but I also don't give a fuck. So, it'll do. The best I'll do is put it in the back. I feel it's already most of many others. Do I even want to lock it up? I feel like I'm being overconfident right now. People don't know what TF2 aren't real. I mean, I feel like the newer generation doesn't. A lot of people this newer generation don't know Team 4. No, that's a lie. I feel like it's too iconic to not know it. Because there's so many memes, right? There's no way you won't see it. Like, you just have to see it, right? I think it's this way, actually. Okay, yeah, it is. Is it? Yeah. Clips on that way. Right, because, like, everybody made so many fucking memes of Team Fortress 2. Jesus fucking Christ, why do you have Pepsi Man's build? I do not have Pepsi Man's build. Okay, now I'm curious. Dude, Pepsi Man was a fucking Eggbot raid incoming. Well, you're not supposed to say it. I'm supposed to be surprised and shit, but alright. Oh, I'm so surprised. Didn't Eggbot start earlier than me? I'm so sorry. He's not bald, guys. Thank you. Dude, I do not... Oh, yeah, right. Pepsi Man's bald. You're right. I'll be honest. I'm surprised. I almost got bald. Ugh, fucking... Bro. I hate this. He's bald. Don't you... Fuck's sakes. Hold on. I'm just gonna... What's going on here? What's wrong?
I like your cock, G.
And there it is. Eggbot! I'm so surprised. Nobody definitely told me just now, Zeno, that you're raiding me. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. Sorry if I'm beeping. I just love you. Love you, man. You look at my friend Kevin. Who's Kevin? Thank you, Reggie. Hello, streamers. My name is Circuit. I'm a good friend of Eggy. Love Eggbot. I'm also a YouTuber and a content creator. Welcome to the stream. Make sure to subscribe to my YouTube videos because Eggbot made 2 thumbnails on that video. And then he got drunk in a fucking alleyway and just forgot about everything. Throw the eggs into the ocean. What the fuck? Why? Bro, that's protein, man. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I can't get over the fact that he said I have Pepsi Man's build. I feel like that's such a compliment. We'll get that ASAP subbing now. Thank you so much, Party Boy. Welcome to the stream. Oh, that was way better. Yeah, I'll be honest. Saying that I have a Pepsi Man build is like probably the biggest compliment
Well, you already
ever
knew
give
that.
me.
Yeah.
No, I
You still
didn't.
live a life that you dread.
Excuse me.
Check DMs for Pepsi Man's build.
Okay, hold on. Is Pepsi Man... Can somebody find out if the Pepsi Man song is... Yeah, that is... Exactly. Yeah, eggs are too expensive. So you can't be throwing them into the ocean. Also... Yeah, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Is Pepsi Man's song DMCA? No, it isn't. Because I see Doug play it all the time in his video. Oh, good night, Major. Hold on. My... Major EP. I don't think it's DMCA. What the fuck is going on here? Hello? The torture chamber of tomorrow is tomorrow. Are you ready? The what? The torture chamber? Fuck it. Where's Pepsi Man? Is it in Spotify? Oh my god, it is. Pepsi Man theme from Pepsi Man. Oh my god. Alright, hold on, let me see this. Whose DMs am I checking? I have a lot of DMs right now. It's gotta be 100%. I don't remember this. Okay, I don't remember these lyrics. I just remember... What the fuck was that? I've never heard these lyrics. Is there like... Okay, we're just letting the glory play? Okay. Why does it sound like Markiplier? Mine for okay, there you go. Okay, vapor. Gotcha.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
You 4 months smile.
Oh, thank you for the 4 months. Arrow. Imagine hearing this and you don't know a lick of English. Because that was literally... Ow, fuck, me. I'm sorry, I can't listen to the lyrics. Where's my egg boss stream? Who is this guy? Fuck you, Merritt. Merritt, aren't you supposed to be... Whatever. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, you know what? No, hold on. I need, like, the... You know, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me check something. Where's Maybear? You fucking have Pepsi Man's build. Hold on. I also have ads. Oops. Where's my camera? Where's my camera? Oh, I remember this intro. Okay, it's kind of hard to tell with this, though. That's just you. Oh my god. They muted the music. The fuck's the point? How do... This is just saying I'm a tall guy with a top-heavy build. Anyways. So you? Okay. Alright. Alright, dude. Wait.
Cheese.
Circuit, I'm gonna fucking eat you into the sun / respectfully.
Why? What'd I do? Why am I being heated? What'd I do? I say hi, Orphe. Orphidos. Go build TT. Thanks, guys. Go build TikTok? Anyways, we got ads. Take the fuck up. You know what, Draco? Exactly. My man. You just kill people for fun, included. Hope you're okay with that. Oh, so the usual, Reggie. Yeah, okay, Rabbit. Welcome to basically my fucking community as well. The usual. Alright, let me turn this on before I start putting stuff back together. Alright, chat, will it blend? Will it go post? We'll find out. Tonight on Mythbusters, will it work? Alright. One. Yep. Alright, chat. Here we... Hold on. Oh. Speaking to the mic. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You guys can't see the monitor. Hold on. How are you gonna see the monitor? Hold on. What if I just move this? Oh, fuck's sake. Fuck you. There, do you see this? Alright, good enough. Alright. Alright, let's see. I'm turning it on, and here we go. Alright. Well, it's starting. I'll say that. The lights are working. The fans are working. But will it go post? Let's find out. Uh-oh. Let's just double check to make sure the screen is working. Okay, the screen is not working. Hold on. Oh! Fuck, it is working. That's not good. Okay. Hold on. Alright, no panic. No panic. No panic. Hold on. Let's double check. Okay, unfortunately, it is plugged in. Okay. Hold on. Shit, I didn't even get a chance to press F1 for setup. We're good. It's posting. We're good. It probably just needs to do a first time setup. All right, let's get our funny little purple keyboard. Nice. Okay, it's going. Let's fucking go. It's posting. Nothing needed to be done. Nice. Well, I probably need to like set up the RAM, but I think we're good. Get your devices ready. Easy money. Let me just do this for a second to make sure it doesn't dox me, because we know Windows and it's doxing. Can't wait for the May 2nd on Marvel and Thunderbolts. Oh yeah, Thunderbolts. Dude, that looks good. Okay. Sorry, let me double check because I know it fucking leaks my name and shit. Alright, it started. Chat, it did pass post. We have the post.
I know you guys are fucking, but can you hold my hand? I'm shy.
Hello? My mouse?
Where did you find that keyboard, the Barbie doll house? It's so fucking tiny.
That's the point. I wanted to get a really tiny fucking keyboard. Hold on. Oh yeah, idiot. Hold on. The reason I bought it is because I wanted to get a small keyboard, and this is the only one they had. Here's the funny part. I thought it was wireless. It's wireless technically. It didn't come with the fucking dongle. You want to know where I got this from? The mouse. And I had this mouse already. I got so fucking lucky there. The luck is insane. Holy shit. It said you have to get a mouse. Like, you have to get a dongle that's called, like, the Logitech Bolt one. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I go to my Logitech mouse that I had for a while. This is my office mouse. I lucked out so hard. So I got a dongle. Yeah. Holy shit. Yes, Rosie, I'm still up. Hi. The hell do you mean the dongle sold separately? Yeah, it said in the box. And then Fusha's like, how did you not know that? I'm like, why the fuck would... Why? That's stupid. Like, why would you make a wireless keyboard without a dongle? Like, please explain. All right. Okay. Good use. Yeah, how am I supposed to do this? Oh my god. Does this keyboard work? Great. Now we gotta troubleshoot this keyboard. Uh-huh. Doesn't work. At least not yet. Does it say keyboard? It's my go-to keyboard. Oh, okay. Someone time... What time for him? It's 1:16 a.m. Where's the accessibility stuff? Hold on. Ease of access, internet. Can I just... Ease of access? Oh, here we go. On-screen keyboard, please. Okay. It's logging in. Just give me a second. Let me double check. Alright, so we're good. Oh shit. I forgot to plug in my Ethernet port. But it's working. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, seems good. It notices my processor. It notices everything. Is it Fruit sleepy? No, he's playing Legend of Zelda. The new one. He bought it. Okay. Well... Hopefully, I don't need to do anything. Okay, how do I add device? Connected? Are you sure? My ass is connected. The fuck? What do you mean it's connected? Connect to the internet to use your keyboard? Am I crazy right now, or am I just smoking crack? Oh wait, never mind. Hold on. Press the wrong button. All right, cool. Hold on. I have to get the drivers. Downloading the drivers. I'm not connected to the internet. Hold on.
I'm here now. I'm doing the best I can. Where are you now? It's your dreams come true. Here we go. Sparky. Sparky. What does the word PC should only be a smiling face? Answer me where is the guy? But the sun rises again.
Oh, come on.
When will that time return? Swear you won't give up. Break out, everything day by day. Freak out, anything step by step. And live the sin and let me know. Live
The ass driver has. What the fuck is wrong with you?
They call history.
Hydrate. On it. Hold on. Oh my God. Bro, this plate is in the way with the USBs. You're fucking with me right now. Circuit, what the fuck are you doing? I'm trying to plug in the Ethernet port, but the plate is in the way of it. Whatever. It works. Chat, it works. The computer is running. It works. We got it. We did it. And we have a keyboard as well. Look at that. We have a keyboard. We have a mouse. We're good. I do have to like pull it out though and like fix whatever the fuck is on. Like I don't get what happened. I don't know. But it's working. That's all that matters. And it didn't die. See? You guys have ye of little faith, chat. Ye of little faith. Ye of little faith. See, everything's working. Everything's fine. That's my full fucking name in the settings. Are you fucking kidding me right now? It shows my full name in Windows settings. I fucking knew that was gonna happen. That's why I turned the camera. You go into settings of Windows and it shows you your full legal name. You are joking me right now. My name is in the control panel of the computer. I knew some shit was gonna go. Cause I'm like, there's something that Windows is gonna fucking do. Like show, like pop up like a Microsoft thing and it goes like, hey, Circuit last name. Mine says box. Here's the thing. Mine says Circuit. But it shows my email. And my email is not Circuit. I'll tell you that. Is it connected to your Microsoft account? Yeah, I forgot to fucking disconnect out of it. Wow. Circuit T Robot. That's my full name. That is insane. Dude, this fucking thing. You wanna know what I did? I legit had to install Windows again. And it immediately. I'm not kidding. Like, you know the first time set up through Windows? You press it, right? And then, I shit you not. It goes like, do you accept to these terms? I'm like, well, yeah, whatever. Bro, I pressed accept to these terms. And it immediately went to a subscription page for Microsoft 365 with my credit card on file. And I was one button away from subscribing to a full fucking year of Microsoft whole fucking suite. For like, I don't fucking know how much money. It was this close. And I was just sat there like, okay. Is this what we're doing? Because, man, I'm telling you, SteamOS looks real fucking attractive right now. Think it will sold your information? Bro. My fucking credit card almost died. Dodged a bullet there. Like, what was that? Bro, SteamOS comes out, man. I'm gonna look into it, dude. I'm very tempted. $179 a year. Go for what? For like a free thing that you can on Google? Or Google Sheets? Excel. Oh, but it's better. Yeah, cool. I don't use it. Fuck off. That is insanity. Anywho, that's enough crashing out for me. It's working. That's all that matters to me. You decided to read it the last second. I just knew some shit was gonna happen. I'm like, I'm gonna turn the camera. I just expected to be in the control panel. The fucking control panel. Why? Why? My name shouldn't be there. You want my stool sample? Like, why? My god. Go to bed? I still gotta set it up a little bit. I'm gonna, like, spend a little more time setting it up. And plus clean this fuck-ass room. I'm just glad there's no problem. Your eyes are scaring me? Good. Good. Especially if your name is Microsoft.
You hiding forever. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Okay, now you're talking about poop. It's time for bed.
Look, tell me I'm wrong. Like, you're asking for my full name, my email, my credit card information. Like, the stool sample is the only thing that's left. What's your blood type? Why? Like, why? Yeah, social security number? Like, what is it? Like, what else do you need? What's your menopause cycle? Like, what the fuck? What else is left? What's the size of your left toe? What? Like, what's left?
Gotta make this fucking latte. Balls!
Stool sample, skin sample, your distant uncle's left toenail.
Yeah, like... My god. Type O negative. Please get to my reference. Type O negative. I don't get it. You're about to ask for bro's mom's full maiden name. That's fine. That's like a security question. Oh, sorry. Not a menopause cycle. Sorry, a period cycle. I don't know why I said menopause cycle. You know what I mean. The period cycle. Sorry. I don't know. Isn't menopause... Whatever. It's the blood shit. Whatever. Whatever. Fucking women and their fucking inherent handicap in life because God hates them apparently or some shit. I don't know why. And then let's suppress them a little bit more. Holy shit. Fucking hell. Menstrual cycle. That's what it is. He doesn't know type O negative. No, I know what type O negative is. I just don't understand the reference. Stop talking. I'm handicapped? Tell me I'm wrong.
Gotta make this fucking latte. Balls!
Congratulations on reaching menopause, you geriatric fuck.
Listen, tell me I'm wrong. Circuit, as a woman, just stop talking. Look, I just feel like y'all need like a vacation every like 1 week every month. Okay? That's what I think. 1 week every month, y'all just gotta go home. Like, I don't feel like blood coming out of your pussy is something that should be allowed. Like that's not even allowed. That's the wrong word. More like, hey, I think that's enough for you to like for a reason for you to go home. Okay, pay me then. Okay, give me my money. I need my money. Yeah, pay time off. Yeah, of course, pay time off. Like, yeah, yeah. Yes, like pay time off. Like go home. Like go recover.
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Stop talking.
Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky. Ricky, when I catch you, Ricky.
Here now, pay Mimwa.
Okay, I'll pay Mimwa $1. Take a week off. Pay me 100 bits. The you're not pregnant now get hit with a brick to the womb cycle. Yeah, what the fuck, man? What? Oh my god, man. I'm telling you, man, we all gotta be robots, man. Yeah, periods. Yeah, periods. What did you guys think I was talking about? They'll call it Shark Week. Okay, can somebody? Okay, I'm being genuine right now. Why is it called Shark Week? I only found out like 2 years ago what Shark Week meant. You wanna know what I thought Shark Week was? I shit you not, because of blood. Is that it? Why? That's it? Because sharks like blood. That's literally it? That's it. Blood in the waist. That's it. Just blood coming out and sharks like blood. That's it. Okay. You guys want to know what I thought Shark Week was for my whole life? Hold on.
Cheese.
Did you know there's a species of mouse that is the only other animal besides humans to have a menstrual cycle instead of estrus periodically?
Now I do. Thank you, Kitty, for 100 bits. That sucks. I thought it was a furry thing. You want to know what I thought it was? When I heard of Shark Week, and again, I've heard of Shark Week many times. I thought for like more than 10, 20 years, 20 years for sure, I thought it was when Discovery Channel had a week of just shark shows. Because they called it Shark Week. And for an entire week, they played just shows about sharks. And I hated it because I didn't give a fuck about sharks. I just wanted to watch Mythbusters. I'm like, oh my god, I fucking hate Shark Week. And I was like, yeah, me too. I'm like, yeah, right? Clearly, it was something else. We were talking about something else. I'm pretty sure all the women like that heard me were like thinking that I was like being like a feminist. No, I just really hated those shows. I just wanted to watch Mythbusters. Oh my god, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Oh my fucking god, that's exactly what happened. That's so funny. That's so funny. You innocent geriatric dumbass. Why are we calling me oh my god. Geriatric. Shark Week is a show, buddy. No, it's a series of shows in a week in Discovery Channel. At least that's what I thought. Which is not wrong. Is it one show or is it like I thought it was a series of shows. I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck for it. I didn't give a shit. I just wanted to watch Mythbusters. I like 2 shows on Discovery Channel. It was Mythbusters and How It's Made. That's it. So we're talking about sharks. No, that's the thing. It wasn't even about the fucking documentaries. It was about the fishers or some shit. Like always like fishing in like those boats that like just like fucking like, that are like borderline sinking all the time. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing over there? That. I like Dirty Jobs. Dirty Jobs is also pretty good. But like How It's Made and Mythbusters were so goated. You just love watching that. Welcome back to How It's Made. Today we're going to be talking, like we're going to see how this is made all the time. And then Mythbusters, like just fucking recipes, Grand Theft Mahara. Like it was a great show. I think I would be able to get you a claim, to be honest. Oh yeah, it's DMCA. Mythbusters, I think it's still DMCA, but they have a YouTube video with all the episodes in it, so I'm a little bit confused. Maybe it's out of DMCA now. The elevator scene from The Shining. What? What? How did we jump to that? Especially when you're sick and staying up till 2 a.m. House Me was the ultimate ADHD show, especially when you're sick. Yeah. I just, man, I'm telling you right now, like, I have two thoughts about what's it called? The whole period thing. I have two solutions for it. One, turn everybody into a robot. Solution. Easy peasy. Right? Easy peasy. Number two, make everybody born as a guy and then let them transition after to a woman. No periods. Right? Right? Is it like that seems pretty like that seems kind of foolproof, no? Transition. Right? Like I don't know. I just personally feel like that's the way to go. Right? Both ways, no periods. It was there for my dad to say period without him having to say the word period. Well, why? What's the do you see how confused I get when you guys say Shark Week and I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about sharks? As a trans guy, just stress yourself out enough till it stops, trust. Okay, yeah, sure. That's Oh wait, yeah, stress fucks up your hormonal cycle. You're right. Because he was sexist. How is that sexist? Oh, I'm confused. How is that? Oh, I don't know. I don't get it. Okay. Sign me up for become a robot. Sounds like a definition of a good time. See, Mutt knows what's up, man. Mutt knows what's up, bro. Just sign up. Human bodies, bro. Fertilizer. Toss that shit out. Become robots. Become modular. Anybody that's non-binary, they can just pick and choose. They can like switch in and out. Today is a dick day. Tomorrow's a vajayjay day. Pick a day. Switch it up, you know? You like dicks? Get variety. Plug it in. One has RGB. One doesn't. Vajayjay, get like a little bit of like a little edge lighting on it. Like on the edges. Like that sounds pretty sick. Like come on, tell me that sounds sick. That kind of sounds pretty sick. Look, tell me that doesn't sound sick. Talking about dick mods again. You guys know I'm right. Lip LEDs is fire. Thank you, Mutt. Dude, Mutt knows what's up, bro. Mutt knows what's up. I love what you call lip LEDs. You know what? I'm stealing that. Lip LEDs. That's fucking lit, dude. Holy shit. Bro, that's just a glow stick. What's wrong with that? Can I have a glow stick as a robot? Yeah, that sounds great. You know that meme of that kid? Because it was like a flashlight, but it looked like a... with like a sheath. And then he just looks down and it lights up and it goes pog. I feel like we need to go that way. Snipes knows what I'm talking about. That was a funny meme. I love that fucking meme. Circuit, I swear to God. What? Tell me I'm wrong. Guys, you know I'm... you know I'm right. Bro, you guys know I'm spitting facts. Circuit's a little pog champ. Yeah, man. Is it too late to add curve to my wee-wee? Why not? Make it like a slinky. Okay, that one's too far. Okay, that one's too far. Let it go down the stairs.
Okay, it's time for bed. Say good night to chat.
Hold on. There you go. Look, I'm just saying. Your brain will be studied for years to come. Look, I'm just saying, man. Those robot artists, they just know what's up. Oh my god. Dude, just go to bed and the stream. I'm having a good time. I was stressed out this whole day. Historians are definitely going to skip us in the books. No, the fuck they are not. Are you kidding me? This is the best time. You think anyone... What are the historians going to look at? Oh, look. Religion. Who gives a fuck? All right. Jesus died in 3 days. And then came back or whatever the fuck. Nobody cares. Like, all right, cool. So did this robot. You know what that's called warranty manufacturer. Manufacturer's warranty. Who gives a fuck?
Some friends and I had an idea for hot swappable dicks.
Thank
We
you.
called it the Rependick.
Okay, I don't know
I
that
just
one.
presented the idea, they all hated it. Lamau, also loving all the robo propaganda. Ha ha ha.
Okay, maybe not robo dick, but yes, I do. Yeah, we need to make it modular. Unscrewable boobs. No, yeah. Well, compromise, you can have your robot PP, but it has to, a Spotify connectivity. Moogle, I was literally talking about that. Imagine just turning on Mariah Carey for the Christmas. I don't want a life for Christmas. Da, da, da. I'm sorry. It's not Mariah Carey, but it's good enough. Thrust in the beat. We all need percussion. It's called the clap of the... Sorry, I'm done.
Officer Bowles.
I'm not paying for Spotify Premium just for my dick to sing to me.
I love how that's the concern. It's Spotify Premium. Nothing else. Spotify Premium is where we have the problem. Nothing else. Okay. You know what? All right. You know, we just gotta go back to like Napster days. Just pirate everything. Tell me I'm wrong. Just Napster that bitch. What if I turn off a little bit? Oh, that's better. That's better. My God. Mooch out my sister for Spotify Premium. Yeah, regular Spotify, you get 2 free plays every 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I'm just on a family plan that my parents like made, and then, you know, and I just don't pay for shit. I just have a Spotify. You Spotify student? I think I used to do that, but I got to put it into a family plan. Nepo baby? How am I a Nepo baby? What if your dick gets a virus for downloading music from shady websites? That's why it's called an STD. Trojan is not. Hold on. Where is that? I gotta fucking. I'm pinning that. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Fuck. That's so funny. Don't get. That's not a pin of shame. Don't be shamed of that. That's the fucking. That's the. Oh my god. I don't know what word to use. MVP. Whatever. It's a good pin. Pin of pride. I like that. There you go, Leisha. See, Leisha knows what's up. Oh my god. Imagine downloading an illegal movie you catch into the STD. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. What a condom's gonna be? It's just an antivirus, yeah. Make a. McAfee's fucking rolling in his grave right now. I know this for sure. It's a surge protector. Before the stream gives me an STD. Do not. Will robots do a Windows USB connect and disconnect sound that? I always think about that. That's really funny. That would be really funny, but I feel like that'd be really annoying really fast. I feel like that's what you do when you hot swap. You get like didn't, and that's it. You know you're good. Instead of content expiry, it's just subscription. That's crazy. Oh my god, that's a crazy one. Would your dick need 2-factor authentication?
Cheese.
Okay, wrap it up. Time to go, Amemir. Good night, PR disaster. Avoid yourself the cancellation before you get into last time streamer.
Oh, I forgot to point this out. That I might. Sorry. Before I actually, this is serious. I'm being serious right now. I might be canceling tomorrow's stream because I just remembered. On the 11th to the 13th, I will be like not like back to back. Well, the days are back to back, but not like a subathon, like kind of like mini subathon. No, but from Friday to Sunday, I will be doing a charity stream. I'm gonna be part of something for gamers. I forgot what it's called. Gift for gamers? No. Tomorrow Wednesday. No. No. Oh, sorry, it's Tuesday. Right. Sorry, my bad. Because I thought it was Tuesday. My bad. I might be canceling Wednesday stream, but Outreach for Gamers has invited me to do a charity stream. I will be streaming for 3 days. For 3 days on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for basically charity. We're gonna have a whole thing set up. It's gonna have like a whole bar. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be awesome. So I think we're raising for not St. Jude's, but not St. Jude's. We're raising for, I don't know actually. It was a couple. They have a list. If you guys want to know, like, let me find it. Gamers for Giving. That's what it's called. For gamersforgiving.org. I will post a link right here. This is what I will be doing. It'll be online. The LAN will be on the 11th to the 13th, but I'm not there obviously because it's a LAN, which is kind of weird because I didn't know there was going to be a LAN one. Where will it be actually? If it's there are LAN tickets. I think that's Las Vegas. Hold on. Wait, why did they say any time, but they invited me from those days, but they didn't invite me to the fucking... No, they said it was online. Okay, they said it was online. I got a little scared. I'm like, did they invite me to the fucking LAN? And I didn't know about it. I'm like, oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess I'll get a fucking Vegas ticket tomorrow. That's my bad. Let me just double check to make sure everything's okay. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Let me just double check. But it will be cool. Let me see. Here it is. Yeah. I'm online. Okay. Yes, I am participating online. The stream checklist. Yeah, they gave me a bunch of checklists. So that's the thing. That's why I might have to cancel Wednesday's stream because I have a lot of stuff to get done, including the subscriptions and everything, like on an alert. And of course, this shit. I have to clean the house a little bit, and this is messy. Please feel free to email us or join, or directly message us at Discord and then give us links. And then let me just double check. Assets will include everything for you. Okay, so feel free to tag on X. And then he put Twitter, because we know. The exact spelling, capitalization, and spacing of your name they were used in potential. Oh, fuck. I never messaged him about that. I thought I messaged him about that. Yeah, I got a lot of shit to get done. Okay, this is stressing me out. Yep, I gotta reach out. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I am done with the PC. Okay, yeah. So, double checking just to make sure. Okay. So, again, thank you guys so much for all the support. Again, I will be canceling Wednesday's stream. Because I had some ideas. I still have some cool ideas for like videos, but whatever. A new YouTube video might come out on Friday, but I'm not sure yet. And I will be participating in this this charity stream. Sorry, I'm really curious. Who do they support? Because I remember reading about it. I just really want to know. Give me a second. Give me one moment. Hold on. Let's see. If Northern is down, I'm thinking about running games. Maybe I can like do it for charity. I can like get them together too. And get like Northern and Sylvie together. We can just end Sparks. We can do like a Warzone stream maybe. Let's see. Who are they supporting? Because I remember they had a list. Well, they're sponsored by Legion, IHOP, Ghost, Logitech, Cooler Master. Like they have pretty big sponsors. Like they have pretty good and big sponsors. If you take a look at here, like they have a lot of like pretty good sponsors. Like very great. But I don't know who they. So the goal is $1 million. We already raised 408. We didn't even start. We're already 4.8k. LAN party, there was supposed to, yeah, gamers outreach programs. Yeah, so there's gonna be some gamer outreach programs, and we're gonna be doing that. See, IHOP is there is crazy. Apparently, they have a long history. I'm very. I'll be honest. I'm a little bit honored to invite them because they also said like they do a little bit something like. From like I'm not sure, but I'm very excited to do this. I'm very excited to do this kind of stuff, and I hope to not disappoint. So it will be cool. You're going so fast. I'm excited. I'm just excited to like do something more for charity. I love it, and I always wanted to do it. So when they reached out to me, I was pretty ecstatic because I was like, okay, who are these people? It's like, wait, these are pretty big people. Okay, all right, I'm down. Bet, let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's make some money for some kids. So exciting. I'm very excited. So that is what's going to be happening from Friday to Sunday, 11th to the 13th. Chat. Remember, 11th, 12th, and 13th. Wednesday, I will be canceling the stream. Mods, remind me or make an announcement in the server as well with like the stream notification. If not, please, like I'll do it. Like just no problem. But yeah, no, that's it. I'm gonna set something up. But yeah, I just need to do a lot of prep, so I need an extra day buffer. Climb that ladder, baby girl. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, no. The location is in Michigan University. Eastern Michigan University in MI. Minnesota? Michigan. Oh, Michigan. Fucking idiot. Minnesota, Michigan. Michigan. That's where it's going to be located. But again, that's online. But they might, like, we humbly request more things to be added to the throne. What do you guys want me to add on throne? What do I even add? Like, what? Like, I have nothing else to add, really. Do I? Where's that PS5? Guys, what am I going to do with the PS5? I don't know what PS5 for starters. Okay, chat. Okay, I need you to listen to me. What am I going to do with a PS5? Chat seeing him growing makes me tear up. I mean, yeah, but play God of War. Play games. But I already play games. COD. I already play COD on my computer. That's the whole reason I got this PC. I would... You can put the Switch 2... Okay. All right, listen. I'm going to be honest with you. I, as a statement, am not buying the Switch 2 because of its dog shit fucking pricing. Nintendo's got to, like, fix that shit. Yo, Nintendo's got to pick it up. There's no way. And $90 games? Nah, we're not doing that. You can help me with comp on Rivals. Oh my god, this person. Yeah, $80 for a game. Yeah, $80 USD, not Canadian, I want to point out. Your PC can barely handle video games and streaming. No, well, that's why I have a second PC. I just needed to set it up, right? Buy a horse and give it to me. Why am I... yeah, but we can Mario Kart. Well, we can just play the older Mario Kart. And who's we? It's gonna be you and me, and everybody else is gonna be too broke because everybody has, because it's a fucking expensive console. As an investment for the business. Okay, guys, I need you to understand I'm also spending $5,000 soon on moving costs to the West Coast. So, what was happening? We're just talking. So, yeah. All right, I'm not gonna talk too much. I've already been streaming for like 6-7 hours. But please, okay, all right, bro, major, come on, bro, come on, dude. All right, I can't believe this. All right, dude. All right. Stop showing chat. My bad. The woke media strikes again. It got me. Chat, they got me. The woke liberal media. Or some shit. I don't know. Something with liberals or something. I don't know. The insert stupidity. Yeah. All right, chat. Take care, guys. We'll do a little raid before we go. Be nice. Be happy. See you guys on Friday. And join the Discord. Watch the YouTube. More YouTube videos coming. And Eggbotnik is streaming? No. What the fuck? I was gonna say you rated me. And yeah, let's do a little raid. Let me just double check. I feel like Lamiao's ending the stream. Yeah, Lamiao's ending the stream. Nope, we're not raiding there. Let's raid somebody else.
No.
I already raided Brayden a couple of times. Let's raid somebody else. Let's get some variety up in this bitch. Some variety. Ah!
No.
Okay. That's a thing. Nut.
No.
Y'all okay?
No.
I'll take that as a no.
No.
I'm trying to find a raid and y'all are killing me on the inside.
No.
Mods, if you have anyone, it's Lemiao's donation. Raid her. No, she's raiding out. She's literally raiding somebody right now.
No.
It literally says she's raiding out. Yeah, she's raiding. Yeah, no, guys, I can't. She's leaving. She's ending the stream.
No.
My God, listen.
No.
Like, dude, like, bro, I literally just tuned in. It's a stream ending. Like, you guys can't be serious right now. You guys are fucking killing me. Oh my God.
No.
Holy shit.
No.
You guys are gonna give me an aneurysm. You guys are gonna fucking give me like you guys are gonna stress me out. Okay, you know what? Let's raid the person that she raided. Let's double raid the bitch. Yeah, exactly. Let's raid with her. You know what's up. Yeah, you know what's up. All right, everybody. Take care, guys. See you guys on Friday. Love y'all. Have a good night. And, of course, subscribe to the YouTube.
No.
Take care. Love you guys.
No.
I'm here doing some